find them over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. I'm gonna say it. Is this like feeling like the most like Halloweeny Christmas time you've ever experienced? There's a reason for that. There's a lot. I want to just kind of describe that we're slowly making our way out of this retrograde season. But it's like a clunky rollout is the best way I can describe it. It's like a lot of like, it's not the most elegant of coming out of, and I'm not surprised about it. You know what I mean? We're not like, and I want to describe like it's discombobulated energy. You know, it's a lot of that, and one of the reasons that you're potentially been, especially been feeling like this over the last few days, the major things that have happened have specifically been, and I want to describe it because this is the way I've been seeing it in my own like mind's eye. We had Saturn going direct, right? Prior to Mercury going direct. And then as all of this is happening, Venus is sliding past Mercury and moving into Sagittarius. And he's like, do you know that meme with the two people that are standing there and the one person walks by and the other person's like this and the other person's like that? It's a little like that energetically is kind of the best way I can describe it. It's very turned around. Okay? If you're feeling like that right now, if you're feeling discombobulated, if you're feeling like, if you feel like you're playing a little bit of energetic cosmic catch up, it's the vibe right now. So don't overly internalize on it. I'm going to tell you right now, everybody is feeling it. Everybody's feeling it. And I'll tell you right now, like one of the things we also recognize is when we start understanding, right? When we start being able to parse through the energy, like the disambiguation between the way that we energetically feel about things versus the vibes, versus how we're feeling in the environment of the energy, it helps us kind of move through it in a way that can help us like effectively not get frustrated by it. And I'm going to tell you right now, like the last thing you want to be doing in energy right now, if you're feeling discombobulated, is get upset at another person's discombobulation, because that's effectively the type of energy that we're experiencing right now. It's going to ease up, but the one thing, and I think that, you know, the thing about, and I'm working right now on the article for this, for the over on the stack, but the one thing we have to kind of recognize, particularly when it comes to this full moon that we have coming through right now, you know, and we're going to continue to kind of walk into that, is, you know, a Gemini full moon in Sag season can sometimes create, it can sometimes create the energy or the frustration in relationality to feeling like to being able to try to energetically integrate. It's going to be one that potentially like wants us to integrate, but also talks to us about how hard that can feel, or how hard that can be at times. And so I want you to kind of like let this time period be one that helps you effectively kind of like get your own feelings straight upon things. And the reason we're kind of seeing that is because, and I keep on getting, that what we're effectively arriving to right now is the culmination of a lot of these moon relationships. And those moon relationships were effectively the relationships that have been coming together since about the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present, up until where we find ourselves today. Those relationships have been taking a long time together, like coming together, because there's something to be navigated in relationality to the ineffable. And what do we mean? Ineffability is effectively, and I keep on getting this. Ineffability is different than ubiquity, because you know ubiquity can be anything. Ineffability is very specific, is the best way I can describe it. Like ubiquitous is something that can effectively navigate anything. It's like it's something that feels like much more holistic. And ineffable is something very hard to describe, right? And even in the space by which I'm trying to explain like that disambiguation, this is the type of nuance that is framing the context of a lot of these relationships right now. And one of the things I keep on seeing that's occurring in these partnerships that are coming together is the ability, the thing that they appreciate about one another, that they're slowly coming to feel safe. And that's why it took a long time for this energy to finally start opening up to one another. There's a lot of that work that we're potentially seeing in relationality to, and how I'm trying to like work through this because this was coming through really heavy yesterday. The observation of the understanding that when we're able to talk about how we're feeling, right? When we're able to effectively calibrate it, then the moment by which we can talk about our feelings, we cease projecting them upon one another, right? And so they're interesting because they're talking to one another about their phases, right? They're talking to each other about the modalities by which they effectively like recognize, or their own patterns that they effectively go through. And what's nice about those is, for some of them, like it's not the space by which they feel that they need to energetically heal everything, right? It's the conversation, the understanding that, when we come into the understanding of the self, that is a foundational part of a healing journey, because we stop struggling, right? Like we stop struggling to be someone other than we are, and we fully embrace the person that we love and find within the self. But that's been a very difficult journey for a lot of these energies that we find in that modality, specifically and particularly because, and this is why these relationships have been taking so long to come together. They've been like, they found each other in a shell shocked state, having healed from potentially relationships where there was a lot of pedestalization. And what is pedestalization? It's the space by which someone effectively potentially articulates a lot of passion for the self, but lacks any true perception on the true self. And that can be very painful because it can often create the space by which, it's almost like, I keep on hearing, it's like somebody who cares about us through the wrong telescope, right? It's the observation of someone who may have a lot of feelings for us, but they don't feel like they potentially see us with energetic clarity. So for a lot of the relationships, or a lot of the situations by which they're working to kind of effectively heal from those experiences, they're effectively, and it's beautiful because they're basically a combination right now of the work of both the temperance relationships, which are moving deeper into divine union, and the magician partnerships that are deep within divine union. Because you'll recall that those magician relationships, they were coming together at the time of embracing the authenticity of the self, right? That was authenticity above all, that allows the space to be able to effectively become an energetic beacon for counterpart. For the temperance relationships, it was the understanding of everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. A lot of that equal proportional give and take. So these moon relationships are the understanding that when we combine, right, like when we combine authenticity with responsibility, right, we find a responsibility in navigating our authenticity. Again, the centering or the understanding of recognizing our own energetic phases. So this energy, these relationships are coming together with energy that is profoundly, like profoundly self-aware, so self-aware that it sometimes creates reticence. But even in that reticence, there's a lot of energetic catharsis there. So there's almost like an intuitive understanding that is occurring in those experiences. Now, the thing about it is, and I kind of was talking about this yesterday, that the difficulty point with Saturn, going direct in Pisces is it can sometimes create an overwhelm of emotions related to things, potentially things that have happened over the span of time. Now, that can sometimes feel fortifying, right? That can be, and that's going to be a little bit polarizing right now, right? Like sometimes the ability of feeling a depth of emotions, relationality to things that we experience over time, sometimes that can feel very fortifying. But it can also create, the space by which a lot of energetic emotions rise up. And the thing I keep on seeing, especially for a lot of those moon relationships, if these were situations, right, which were demarcated by, I keep on hearing, like the need to step away in order to energetically process something. I keep on getting that these energies facilitate in the space of like a walk, not a week, right? That when we're actually ready for healthy relationship, we don't need a break from relationship, right? We take recesses potentially, right? We take short bursts, right, to effectively energetically collect the self, but we don't energetically like depart away from the relationship. So we could see that at the same time, right? At the same time that a lot of these relationships are coming together, there could be some experiences from the past that are coming back up, given the fact of Saturn going direct in Pisces, which is the energy of someone potentially coming back and being like, I'm ready, right? But like it's the space of understanding, right? It's a space of understanding that relationship is demarcated by perpetual readiness, right? It's the observation of effectively identifying and working through something in a way that allows the space to be able to, I keep on hearing, it's basically the understanding that like it's almost like the energy becoming more aware of the waveform between a healthy relationship and an unhealthy relationship, right? And the waveform of an unhealthy relationship is much more volatile. It's much more like a roller coaster. And so that's the energy that basically is articulating upon, and this is what's lovely, like the phases, right? Like almost like the conversation that we see that some of those moon relationships are having are potentially articulating the difference between being able to demarcate an energetic phase, letting someone know where you're at and letting them know when you'll come back. That's what a phase is, right? Because a phase is like, there's consistency in a phase versus something that feels energetically like, I keep on like something that becomes triggering because somebody says something and we don't know what to do beyond that point, is what I keep on seeing. So there's something really important that we see that's happening right now as it relates to the energy, those moon relationships, noticing the difference between, I keep on hearing like a nice wave that is often like recognizing a phase versus versus something that feels like it requires all the energy to effectively navigate because it's too much like this. So for those temperance relationships, it's interesting because there's a lot of this that's happening. I'm going like this, like you guys, like my hand is moving back and forth, but there's a lot of I need to find the word for it, but this is what I mean. There's been a lot of searching right now for words. Remember when I said the difference between ubiquitous and like that ubiquitousness, the space by which the energy and the ineffable. But the space by which we see that a lot of these temperance relationships are coming together right now. Um, I mean, it's not that they're coming together; they've been together, but you know, what's it's been really every time I've been reading into these temperance relationships, it's been incredibly romantic. Like it's been, but the reason I keep on getting it is like the reason I keep on reading into a lot of that romance is because I keep on hearing it's off the it's real, it's actual romance. And I keep on hearing it's not romance, it's not the romance, that it's not the false sense of romance that we see that those moon relationships are healing from. This is romance without the volatility. And I keep on hearing like a lot of the volatility that we identify they're healing from volatility in the past, and the space by which they're discovering the nourishment of healthy romance is the space by which they're healing. I keep on hearing they're healing the past, not from a space of bitterness, but from a space of sweetness. They're working in the present in a way that feels like it's energetically resolving upon the experiences of past relationship, right? And I keep on getting it's healing, it's restorative, but I also see that there's a lot of feelings that are potentially coming up. There's a lot of emotionality and frustration as it relates to what counterpart may have had to go through in a past experience. And so that observation of effectively working towards something, in a way they are becoming, like they're becoming the panacea for the poison of the past, because they're understanding, right? Like they're understanding and they're recognizing the like the remember I said the fact that because they were coming together at a time that Eris and Chiron are in such close proximity, it doesn't require the ability to effectively work through something in such a way that they need to go back and show something, like prove something. They're proving it to each other. They're proving to each other that it doesn't have to be like that. And that's what we keep on seeing is beautiful. And I keep on getting the fact that there are potentially, even in that experience, regaling each other upon what the past version of self would have done in an experience of the present. But even in the space by which they're regaling each other with the past version of self, they're showing to each other how much they have moved in a healthy, positive direction for one another. But I keep on getting it's not for one another, because they don't hold each other. They're not holding hostility towards each other for the fact that they've changed. They're celebrating that journey together. Now, this brings us to those magician relationships. Now, the temperance relationships were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period this summer. The temperance relationships, the magician relationships, we always read for the energy that most recently entered into divine union. And that was the energy that was coming together between the time of Mercury of the solstice period up until Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. These magician relationships, I feel like there's something really important in relationality to working through and navigating situations outside of relationship. Like the energy identifies the fact that they see that they are maturing. And the maturation point that they're finding within one another is the maturation in relationality to how, like I said, similar, there's a lot of alignment right now between the energy in temperance versus the energy deep moving into the magician relationships, which give us indications that they're moving, like there are energies that are moving deeper into divine union right now. But that ability of understanding, like the desire to have a conversation with someone, but also understanding that you can't force a healthy one. This is energy that is working on finding a sense of repose and composure. I feel like they're very deep in Uranus retrograding back into Taurus, because for a lot of the energy kind of working through that. Like it's literally, it's almost like the energy deep within, like the energy deep within divine union is basically Uranus in Taurus gazing upon Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde, which is the observation or the lesson that we understand that when someone is deep in their feelings about something, but they can't articulate upon the reason why, there's nothing you can do to effectively force a conversation, even if you know that it would be healthy to have one. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy that realizes that they're coming into that point of maturation simply because they're practicing patience, they're practicing composure, they're articulating to each other, they're scrutinizing the self to see if there's something they could be doing differently or better. And they're potentially even getting validation or conversation for those who understand or are taking logic-based approaches to situations. But I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's like it creates a lot of that, energetic roughness. But I keep on getting, like, even in the roughness, they're understanding, like they're even in the roughness, they're recognizing what is their responsibility to refine. And that is often a sign of maturation, because that's the energy that's not like they're not trying to like go beyond that, right? They're not trying to underscore it. They're just trying to find stability within it. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to getting today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also like to invite you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we will be having this August, where we will be traveling to Italy to study the tarot. It will be 6 days of focused study into the tarot, while also traveling across the Italian countryside, understanding the relevance of the connection to Italy and the discovery of the tarot, and studying a bit of the similarities in the mytho-symbolic symbolism that we find in that culture and how they are potentially related to the cards. I hope to see you there. I also would like to invite you as well to our next tarot class, which will be occurring on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, you just need to head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly subscription gives you access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 20 hours worth of material, and you'll also have a discount on the full year's worth of readings. You'll also have the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I'll be releasing one very shortly on this full moon that we have coming up. I hope to see you there. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you're participating in that giveaway as well, I wish you a lot of luck. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Valerie, Wildflower, Amanda, Ari, Charm, Grand Rising. Hope you are having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. Good to see you as well, Avatar. How are you doing today? Good vibes, Grand Rising. Lara, thank you for joining us. A 3 or 4, Amanda. Hopefully we'll be able to get that higher while you're in here today. Sending you support on that journey. 555, thank you for those gifts. And thank you as well, Nadine, for joining us. Grand Rising Ella, how are you doing today? Ruby, thank you for the follow. Lisa, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well for the heart knees, Lisa. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart knees if you would like Animal Spirit Guide card in addition to your one card reading if you are a super fan. Thank you as well, Lisa, for reposting. I appreciate you. Always appreciate when you guys repost. Grand Rising Ivana, good to see you today. Amanda, thank you for those gifts as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Before, I feel like this card is important for our reading. I'm going to put that aside because it fell on the ground. The next thing we are also going to do right now is before we get started on today's daily collective read, I'm going to be doing an intuition check so we can warm up those intuition muscles. But if you want to get on the list for today, now is the time. It's a great time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. We are currently at Good Vibes. You are currently in the lead for that with 37. And the other giveaway we'll be doing is when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are joining us across the other apps, welcome. You can also get on the list today for a reading via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. But before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Where are my animal spirit guide cards? I found them. They got them right here. All right. How are you doing today, Tanya? So good to see you. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Grand Rising Ivana. And thank you very much for those gifts. Ella, thank you for sharing the live. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wren. We never get the wren. That's interesting. Okay, I'm feeling it today. I get it. I feel like How are you doing today, Denise? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. We're going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. And again, also for anybody interested in getting on the list, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit. If you have information that is relevant for our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also include it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. That said, I'm just going to take a moment to read up and catch up before we begin. Thank you again for reposting and sharing the live, Ella. Thank you as well, Thelma, for joining us too. How are you doing today? Welcome, Tanya. Oh, thank you as well. And guys, thank you for supporting each other in the comments. That's a first. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Pisces. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. What do we have coming through? We're going to get started right now on masculine headspace. We're going to be using our Smith-Waite Centennial deck today for the headspace of masculine energy. We had one card come out before we began today's live podcast. So I've got this here now. The 3 cards we have in this experience right now are strength. Wow. We've got the Strength card, we've got the Star card, and we've got the 5, look at this, 5 of Wands in its reversal. Man, we're just hitting the ground running right now for December, aren't we? I want to, let's talk a little bit about this right now. So I feel like there's a lot of masculine energy right now working through, and I want to stress this right now for masculine energy. The two things that have happened this week, or like right before this week began, that can sometimes feel like a little bit of a doozy, is the fact that it's not just the fact, we've got some planets that are finally coming out of retrograde. The order that they're coming out in is less than ideal. It can feel very discombobulated. And a lot of the things that we keep on seeing this, right, like we keep on seeing right now, is working through navigating and recognizing the energetic gift of vulnerability. And I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now for the masculine energy that is focused upon that work, because I keep on getting, it's the understanding of holding, like the vulnerability that we hold that is precious is the vulnerability, it's the vulnerability by which we effectively articulate and navigate from the modality of honoring another's choice, or working through the choices of others. And I keep on getting that there's something very important that we see in relationality to a lot of that work, because and this was coming, I need to point this out, and I need to start this reading exactly where we left yesterday's harmonic energy update, because yesterday's harmonic energy update had like a really powerful message that was coming through the bottom of the deck, which was the Queen of Swords in its upright. But the thing about it, and I talk about this a lot, like the Queen of Swords does not come out a lot when I'm reading. It's very similar to the Hermit in that way. But the thing is, and I keep on getting that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is the understanding, like what's working through the headspace of the masculine is understanding the difference between protection and coveting things, right? And what often happens, and this is what we have to be conscientious about, often the space by which we try to say, like when we try to say that we're being energetically protective of someone or something, but it's not the space by which they don't recognize it, it can often create the space that we are energetically coveting them, right? It's the understanding that protectiveness, like when we truly work to energetically be protective instead of protect, being protective is something that moves in harmony with navigating through another's choices. Like that's what we mean by chivalry, right? Like that's what chivalry is. It's not the space by which you try to be protective by directing. And those that try to covet will say that they're being protective when honestly they're trying to energetically direct. The space by which we are protective, right? The space by which we are energetically protective of things is the space by which we navigate and articulate and amplify upon one another's choices. It's the space by which we create energetic sanctuary for one another. And even in the space by which we do that, like it requires, and often there's this misunderstanding that often occurs in these experiences where someone will go marching around and they'll try to say, I'm protecting, being like, did that person ask you to protect them? right? Did that person ask? Right? It's like if someone didn't ask, like never are we on an energetic journey more than when we articulate the fact that we're energetically protecting upon things that aren't energetically aware of them. Because often it is the understanding that healthy manifestation goals are things that are mutually shared. So when we are energetically protective, right? Protective is beautiful because it allows the space by which we create the identification point of what feels like we can flourish, right? When we can grow. So I feel like there's something really important that I feel like is happening in relationality to masculine energy, and potentially even having conversations in relationality to counterpart, right? Working through the context that allows, right? That allows the adaptability, or that allows the space by which we build into, right? We build into having like that's how we create relationships by which we have energy surrounding us where we can be proud of our counterpart, because the ability of feeling pride, right? The ability of feeling pride is being able to energetically surpass another person's expectations, right? How can someone energetically surpass one's expectations if your protectiveness comes too much from protecting, right? Because when you overly protect, you energetically suppress things. But when you're protective of things, you allow the adaptability or the experience by which something can energetically flourish and grow. And so I feel like there's something about that. And it's interesting too, because I don't feel like it's necessarily coming specifically just in relationality to the relationship of counterpart connection, but in relationality to like taking holistic approaches to things, or being able to articulate upon that kind of energetic mindset, potentially even working to heal other masculines of that misambiguation point. Now, this brings us to feminine. For feminine today, I'm going to be I'll be using the Aquarian Tarot for the headspace of that. Woo! Wow, that came out so fast. Sorry. For those who are who are listening to the podcast, the Temperance card flew out, and it flew out, and it landed in its transverse. So we've got a transverse Temperance here. Can I get two more, please? Thank you. That's three. Okay, fine. Okay, you see, that's what yep. But this is what I mean. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Okay, it's fine. All right, yeah, that's a lot. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see feminine energy in this mindset right now. There's extra cards in the headspace of the feminine. But this is what I meant, because this is a continuation of what's happening right now for a lot of feminine, that is like working, keep on hearing like working in the heart of pragmatism. Because I just need to point this out. For a lot of the feminine energy that is doing this work right now, and I keep on getting, and I need to point this out, like, and I'm the thing about it is, and I need to, ooh, okay, I see it here. It's interesting because if you're looking at the podcast, if you're looking at the podcast, if you're listening to the podcast today, make sure that you take a look at today's spread, which I'll have as a photo on the stack, because I got to point out the thing that we're noticing about this with that extra card, the Temperance card being transverse, almost feels like it's a bridge to masculine, is what I keep on seeing. Like, look at this Temperance card in the way that it fell, like, and again, in the space that it fits, it's almost acting as a bridge to masculine. But also I feel like the thing about it, and I keep on getting, and this was a message that actually has been coming through, the other three cards in the feminine's headspace, there's a lot of major arcana. There's a lot of major arcana that is already on the table. Because we've got the Hermit card, we've got the Two of Pentacles, and we've also got the Magician card. Now, what's interesting about these cards that we're seeing, and again, it's very, there's a lot of I remember how I said over the last few days that that all of the energy has been very different. This is feeling much more unifying right now, because with the Hermit card, we've got two major arcana. Both of these, both the decks right now are reflecting each other, because we've got two major arcana out, and then we've got a reverse minor, right? And so I feel like there's something important that we see that feminine is working through, and again, based not on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. In understanding, I keep on hearing like working towards, this is the message that was coming through for the energy. This is them working through a lot of the energy, the messages that were coming through deep within divine union, which is when we project, okay, wow, masculine and feminine are both working on their unhealthy projection, like masquerading as a standard, right? Because the space by which we're energetically patient, right? While we see that masculine is working on understanding and reflecting upon the fact that we're not protective, we do not protect things, but we're protective of them, right? Like working through that. Feminine is working on the space that we're not patient towards things without energetic consent, right? Because in those modalities, like that, those experiences, right? When we articulate, when we say there's nothing more unhealthy than when we articulate upon a situation by which we don't see things moving in the direction that we aspire for, but then we say, I'm being patient upon it, right? Always patient, never waiting means that we prioritize our patience. We prioritize our patience to those that recognize that they are receiving it, right? The observation or the understanding that is something that we articulate to each other. Because if not, what can often create a stagnancy point, right? This is how we sometimes end up in modalities of stagnation. Those experiences by which we say, oh, I'm being patient. And then somebody else is like, have you seen any indication of the fact that they want to change in that way? And someone being like, no, but I just need to be more patient with them. And being like, no, patience patience follows progress, right? And that's what's beautiful about patience, because the cool thing about patience is the more you see progress, the more patience you end up having. And there are those who believe, right? There are those who believe they have no patience because somebody's asking you to be patient, but they're showing no signs of energetic progress. It does a number on your own. It does a number on your own. It does a number on your own perception of patience. So the ability to, I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the feminine that is calibrating their patience, which is not to say that they don't have it, but they're remembering that patience is something that we give ourselves, right? And the patience we give ourselves is often beautiful, because the more patience we give ourselves, the more patience that we often expand to those around us. But also the space, like the articulation upon how we expound upon our patience being tested, right? The feeling by which we feel that when we introspect on those modalities by which we feel that our patience is being tested, but instead of allowing ourselves to get testy in that, to allow the observation of introspection in terms of what it is that we are aspiring to see, that can often create the space that we become the thing that we are looking for outside the self, because we become the embodiment of our patience made manifest. So I keep on seeing that for like, it's like, I feel like for a lot of the energy, like doing that work, it creates that, I keep on hearing it, like it creates a lot of that energy that kind of starts to, like, I keep on hearing, like, building into like confidence, right? So this is actually, it's interesting because it's a lot of the feminine energy, like working upon introspecting on patience, but really there's work that is happening there as it relates to actually working upon confidence. Now, continuing, let's get into the non-binary energy right now. We're going to be using, I feel inclined to use the Tarot of the Divine right now for non-binary energy headspace. 3 cards, please. Ooh, ooh, wow! Oh my gosh! Wow. Okay. We okay. We've got Queen of Wands in its reversal. We've got we've got the Moon card in its reversal, and we've also got the Queen of Cups in its reversal. So there isn't like it's like a lot of Queen energy. There's a lot of Queen energy right now in the non-binary headspace. But the thing about it is, and I keep on getting this, like the thing we keep on seeing with Queen of Wands and its reverse, like everything is in its reversal here. I don't mind seeing the Moon card in its reversal, but we got to talk a little bit about these queens. We got to talk a little bit, and I keep on getting, it's working on having a reason to be energetically upset, right? Like that's effectively, like, I need to point this out, and I need to stress this, and I keep on hearing, it's actually, I feel like there's a lot of non-binary energy pointing out the difference between what it actually means to have a right to be upset about things, is what I keep on getting. And it's more of a combination of what we see that's happening across the frequencies. Because the right to be upset, you'll meet, everybody always feels like they have a right to be upset, is what I keep on, like everybody. But when we're conscientious about ourselves, we check the right to be upset against things, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like it's like they're navigating their own, they're having audacity conversations with someone. That's audacity. Like where is the, it's like it's like trying to figure out where the audacity exists. And it's like, again, and I'm not surprised to see this, because when we've got, you know what it is, Venus. Yeah, this is Venus about to cross out of Scorpio into Sagittarius. And I like to point out that when Venus is transiting across like Scorpio into Sagittarius, can create a lot. Is it me? Like, is it me? It's like, or is it you? Like, it's a lot of that type of energy. But let's talk about that a little bit, because I feel like it has to do with relationship. And the funny thing is, I can almost see some energy that is going through, they're going through temperance right now, right? Masculine is really deep in those moon relationships, relationship energetic cycles right now. Feminine's working through the magician energy. And this is all of the energy that we saw that was coming up in the temperance relationships, which is the energy that says, you don't have a right, but I want your tea, which is what I keep on hearing they're saying too. But this is what's beautiful. And I like this. This is why I keep on seeing there's something that's happening right now for non-binary energy, talking about the beauty of having someone's confidence, right? Because when you have someone's confidence, it often creates a space by which you know that you don't have a right to be upset about something, but it feels nice to vent, is what I keep on. It feels nice. It feels nice to vent. It feels nice to kind of get it out sometimes, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that it's interesting, because I almost feel like there's something that happens. Like there's something that happens in those modalities. It's like I almost hear the energy saying, can I be mean for a sec? But that's what's sweet, is like when someone says, can I be mean for a sec? They're immediately not mean, because it's the observation of them potentially articulating and saying, like, can I move into the character of saying something in a way that feels energetically mean, but then immediately pulling back out of it, right? Because it's like, it's almost like, I feel like for a lot of that energy, like the thing about it is, like, I almost see the energy like working through the circumstances or situations by which they like, I keep on getting like working through the circumstances or situations by which they recognize or they feel something, like in a very deep way, but finding a way, I keep on hearing, like doing anything that one can to be able to effectively articulate or get one's feeling out, right? I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's like, it's kind of like, it's like working through energetic irritation, but in a way that you don't let it, I keep on hearing, like in a way that you don't let it kind of build up within the self, but instead you find, like I keep on hearing, like you find the modality by which you can effectively express something. And it's good to get the energetic feelings out, is what I keep on seeing. And I do feel like you know, like there is something there by which like I keep on getting like a lot of that energy feels really like it's like you know what I mean? Like there's a like there's frustrate like it's again Mars is in Sag. And Mars is in Sag often can be the space by which we articulate upon what we aspire or desire to do versus like what we're not. Like it's like a little bit of that like energetic knuckle bite that I'm seeing. But I feel like the nice thing about this is I feel like this is the energy that has like the energy that has a lot of that similarity in relationality to, I keep on hearing like having like, and I want to point out, and I want to just show you this too, because I think that this is really beautiful. Make sure that you look at today's spread. We've got the bridge here. You know, I need to point this out. This is important. We've got the bridge here that feminine is effectively creating with the Temperance card, right? But we see here, and I like to point this out. This is why I felt inclined to use the Tarot of the Divine today. The Moon card. The Moon card in the Tarot of the Divine also has a bridge, but this is the energy that almost like they create their own bridge, is what I keep on hearing. Like they're working through the fact that like there's often experiences by which the energy has to kind of effectively like they're I feel like that's the, I keep on hearing like the energy almost getting frustrated that they're always in the space by which they're being asked to energetically fix things or to be energetically adaptable. But I keep on continuing to get clarification, moving back into the heart space of masculine energy right now. Can I get 3 cards? I'm feeling inclined right now to read into the heart space of masculine with the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. The 10 of Cups in its reversal. Strength card, double strength card right now. Double strength card right now in masculine energy. And the Hermit card, also in its reversal. So what do we see that's happening right now? We've got a lot of similarity. So remember when I was talking, like again, there's something, and again, it's like they're like it's a lot of that Sagittarian energy, like working through the modality of, I feel like I keep on hearing a lot of masculine energy saying in one way, shape, form, or fashion, that's not what strength means, right? But it's interesting, and I keep on hearing like the modality, I keep on getting like the modality or the pushback in terms of articulating like what another person like identifies as strong, and another person being like, you've got your strong wrong. You got your strong wrong is what I keep on hearing, because it's that, yeah, you've got your strong wrong, because it's the articulation or the identification point in understanding that the energetic, like I keep on hearing protection, like protection that feels like it's volatile, right? Like often the space by which we have to navigate the fact that we feel like, and I need to point this out, because this is what I keep on getting with a lot of the masculine energy articulating this. When we articulate that another person needs energetic protection, we often can demarcate the fact that we identify the fact that they're incapable of it, right? And so I feel like in a way, this is a lot of the masculine energy healing other masculine energy from fawn mentality, which is the identification point by which you say like, oh, you know, look at this. Like I keep on hearing, when you acute something, you don't respect something, right? And often this is why we have to heal from our acuteness, because when we create acuteness in our relationships, we are immediately already creating those modalities or those experiences by which they don't feel energetically stable. They don't feel balanced, right? Recognizing that cuteness is not something that we aspire for in relationship, but rather the energetic strength by which we find and meet each other, right? I keep on seeing that this is the energy that realizes that the way that you heal from cuteness is when you stop feeling the need to protect things, but become energetically protective of them, right? Because often that modality by which we want to overly protect about something, that is when the care that we have for someone becomes coveting, because that is the space by which we're not necessarily eager to see them effectively flourish and grow, but rather the fact that we want to energetically keep something. So those modalities or those experiences, like they can often, I keep on getting, like for a lot of the energy here, I keep on getting that it's like it's a conversation that there, and it's interesting because while I feel like it's important, because I feel like this is also fortifying a lot of the relationship that masculine is having in counterpart connection. I feel like this is a conversation that's happening across many different vectors of masculine experience. The observation, like almost I keep on hearing like moving away from love, feeling like it's some kind of hoarding game, right? Like it's like some kind, yeah, like, that's weird. But instead, the space by which I keep on getting, but instead, this space by which we navigate and recognize the energetic beauty that is all around us at every moment. And I feel like that is a lot of, like I keep on getting that that's a lot of the energy, of the masculine, that the path, like I keep on hearing, like the path to joy is found through the vulnerability, right? The ability to express, the ability to feel and to hold the fear we have in relationality to what we hold dear is also what allows for the space or the context by which we rise up to meet it, right? Instead of fall back to protect it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's something really, there's something very beautiful that's happening right now in relationality to some of those connections. Now, for the feminine energy in the heart space, I'm going to pull from the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I get 3 cards, please? 2, how about 3? Thank you. All right, we've got here the Justice card, okay? We've got here the 9 of Wands in its reversal, and we've also got the 5 of Cups in its upright. This is some heavy stuff in the heart space of the feminine, you know? This is and I keep on hearing, it's not my job to make your heart right, is what I keep on hearing from feminine. You know, that's what's hard for a lot of the feminine energy. You know, I feel like I feel like there's, and this is why it's important, right? Because this is when we become vulnerable, we care about things, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, the ability to understand, I keep on hearing the feminine saying, it's not one's responsibility to make another's heart right. It's just our responsibility to see if it is what I keep on seeing. You know, there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of that work for feminine that is working towards, and I need to point this out because especially I need to show you this, especially with the 2 of Pentacles in its reversal, like the 2 of Pentacles in its reversal in the headspace of the feminine with the Justice card. This is a continuation of feminine. I keep on hearing observing, not absorbing, right? And this is a continuation because I told you, like, this is a continuation of feminine, like working through the fact that when we are doing everything we can, there will still be energy that is pointed in us, right? There's still always going to be, and this is something that we find universally, like the spaces or the modalities by which when you are working towards effectiveness, right? When you are energetically working towards effectiveness, you could be making, right? You could be doing everything possible to make sure that everything is moving along. And somebody will articulate upon the fact that you're not doting upon them enough, right? And often in those modalities, it makes us feel really energetically hard on the self. But those experiences by which we recognize and identify that that is the nature of accomplishment, right? Like the nature of accomplishment. Like the nature of accomplishment is just the fact that it's like, it's not the space. Like this is why we don't accomplish things for, like, this is why we don't accomplishments for the sake of praise, because it's like often those experiences by which we're doing something, it's not based, like, it's not based upon energetic celebration, right? It's based upon, I keep on getting, it's based upon our own, like, our own sense of what it energetically takes. And so for a lot of the energy kind of doing that work, like, I just keep on seeing that this is like, this is energy that does not focus on listening to the I keep on hearing, it's not the energy that gets overly focused listening to the chatter around the self, but rather working on the sense of purpose within, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that is something that and again, you see, like, did you see how as soon as I started talking about this, I had that like the clamping up here? But this is why I keep on getting this. It's almost like the feminine energy, like coming to like coming to the catharsis point of understanding that, you know, as long as one is working towards one's sense of purpose, as long as one can look in the mirror and see the self and be good at what one sees there, then it's okay to be energetically misunderstood, right? Because that's the modality by which we pin our purpose. We pin our purpose not on the appeal of those around the self, but on the sense of energetic stability within. So I feel like it's hard because, like, there's a lot of, it's interesting because I told you, like, this is like a lot of the feminine energy right now is very much in the space of stoicism and pragmatism. Masculine is much more in, and this is what I was kind of like articulating upon this, masculine is more in an emotional space right now, which is potentially doing a lot of inner child healing. Now, non-binary energy, this feels like, like this feels like a lot of clearing. Like, I just keep on hearing there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of auric clearing that's happening right now for non-binary energy. Can I get 3 cards? Heart space of non-binary energy. I'm going to be using the Aquarian Tarot, please. 3 cards. 2, 3. We've got the Knight. Wow, we've got the Knight of Pentacles, the Chariot card, and the Knight of Wands. This is so balanced. Wow, I'm sorry. I'm nerding out. I'm nerding out. Sorry, I am nerding out on the non-binary cards. I'm just sorry. They're very, I mean, like, they're very, like, it's very balanced because, like, it's a pretty spread because we've got in the headspace, we've got double reversed queens. And make sure you go take a look because it's elegant. It's elegant. They're working through elegant lessons. In the headspace, there's all in the headspace there's all reversed queens. But then in the center, like, it's just beautiful because it's about it's like we've got two knights, and then we've got a chariot in between them. Is what it is. It's choice. It's nice. It's exquisite. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm nerding out on it. And so the way I keep on, like, the thing I keep on getting is I keep on hearing, like, the energy almost saying with the heart space, if we're going to be upset, at least put some flourish on it, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like, it's saying to me, like, it's like it's giving. How do I describe this? It says, like, I feel like it's really, like, the one thing I will point out with a lot of the energy here is, you know, and this is often, I like to point this out. This often happens with those who have gone through a lot of energetic trauma, right? The modality by which you go through trauma and others see you carrying it like lightly. Often those who carry trauma will be told that they don't take things seriously, right? Because they're not in agony, okay? And the modality by which you understand that agony is carried in many different ways, and the space by which another person potentially says, oh, I'm bothered by it. Like it's awful. Like it's not like it's the space by which another person basically articulates and states the modality by which the way I keep on hearing they can like the way we choose to carry something, that is always, no one can ever take that. That's why we talk about, that's what honor is, right? The ability to energetically carry something. Nobody can tell you how to carry things. Only you get to decide how to carry something. And that's the type of energy that I almost feel that is coming through right now in a lot of those modalities or a lot of those experiences. That ability by which another person says, don't make an assumption. Like I keep wondering, like, don't make an somebody saying, like, don't make an assumption just because it seems like I'm carrying something lightly, that it isn't the heaviest thing, is what I keep on hearing. Like that's the energy that says, never do you misjudge me more than when you see the modality by which you feel like someone is carrying something lightly, but they're carrying it because it is something, it is not the fact that it's heavy, but the space by which they find the ability to carry it, that they say that they get to choose how they energetically carry something. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that I keep on hearing like that is what I meant about them kind of working through elegant lessons, because that is the space by which they say that elegance is the gift that we give to each other, right? It's the gift, like you can't, like that the elegance that we carry within us is not something that another person can energetically possess. That is something that we hold within ourselves. And so I feel like for a lot of that energy, like I keep on hearing, it doesn't, it's like, this is why, like I almost see somebody being like, how can you navigate somebody articulating something about the self? And then I literally see the energy being like, well, if someone articulates something about the self that you know is true, is not true, why on earth would you let it energetically affect you? Right? Like that's the energy saying like that speaks more towards another's projections than it has anything to do with what you, does it, I keep on hearing the energy being like, does it affect your heart space? Right? Like I keep on hearing it only affects the heart space if it's true. Right? Like, and I feel like there's something important about that. And I think that I feel like there's something important there too in relationality to the energy, like articulating to those they care about. Like I keep hearing like the full enormity of how much they care. You know, I keep on getting that there's something very important there. And I feel like there's like, and it almost does feel like there's a heart, like this feels very much like a heart opening. And I keep on getting, and I feel like a lot with that heart opening, like the thing with the heart opening is like, I always like to describe this, like heart openings, everyone's always like, oh, heart openings, like heart openings are very difficult. It can feel often like the space by which we're just having to feel the necessity to open our heart more. And I feel like often in those experiences, like it's not that it's easy, but I feel like it's almost like the energy articulating the rigor it takes to keep an open heart in the face of others, like who would almost like who feel like that delight, like when you can tell someone is in, like when you can tell someone is in nothing, no other sign of someone being in a bad place than when you see something, like when you see someone with an open heart and it hurts you. Never, I keep on hearing, never are you in more danger, is what I keep on hearing. So for a lot of the energy kind of facilitating and recognizing or doing that work, like that conversation is what effectively, like I feel like that's what's like allowing for a lot of those expansion points, potentially through, like I keep on hearing, like both with counterpart, but also navigating circumstances around the self is what I keep on getting. Now let's move back into the unconscious space of masculine. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for masculine. We're going to be using the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious of the masculine right now. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We got the 2 of Swords in its reversal, the 10 of Wands in its reversal, and we got the 7 of Cups in its reversal. So the thing I'm kind of seeing in relationality to like the one thing I feel like I see here, especially one like for a lot of the masculine energy, I keep on feeling like there's something very important in relationality to working through. And this is the energy moving back into some of the same message that we see that was happening in those magician relationships, which is again the continuation of understanding that patience patience is something we give the self. Patience is something we give the self, and we never project our patience onto things that do not recognize that we are holding them to them, right? Because that is like the thing about, and we talk a lot about this with the healing journey. Patience is demarcated by progress, right? It's the observation of being able to recognize and identify what one is working to do better. It's the space by which, and I keep on hearing, like often the thing with this type of energy right now, and I was kind of talking about this yesterday, is it's very discombobulated energy, right? It's whenever, when we go through energy like this, it's very easy to want to over internalize in relationality to our own shortcomings. When we exist in the space by which we love ourselves, there are no shortcomings, right? All shortcomings are a gift in disguise. All shortcomings are a gift in disguise because it's the modality by which we see something and we say, I wish I was better at that. Well, congratulations. Now you know where to apply the effort, right? It's the understanding that the ability to see one's own shortcomings is the greatest gift. Because as soon as you're energetically aware that you have one, and again, because you understand that a shortcoming is something that you create within the self, right? A shortcoming is literally the self turning to the self and saying, you know, we should get better at that. You know what I mean? Like, we should get better at that. The moment that we can look at ourselves and say we can get better at that, our shortcomings become an honor to carry because it's the space by which we can articulate to others about it. And we don't rest on it, right? We don't rest on it, but we let others know that we're working upon it because that is the space by which our shortcomings become our blessings. Because the modality by which we recognize and say to ourselves, like instead of beating ourselves with our shortcomings, right? Being like, oh, I can never do this, I can never do that. I'm working on this. I'm working on that, right? Never yourself. Why would you ever never yourself? You know? But instead, the ability to effectively articulate and say that's something that I've been working on improving within myself, right? The way that we speak to ourselves that allow the possibility of understanding the limitation that becomes the springboard to something that is better. So I feel like there's, and again, this has to do with the fact that I see that there's a lot of work that we're having right now in recognizing healthy language. So I keep on seeing that a lot of the energy of the masculine says, if I want to look at the world better, I need to start talking to myself more compassionately, right? It starts with holding. And again, what happens when we look at ourselves in the mirror and say, you're never this, you're never that? I need to point this out, masculine. The higher self never talks to us in the you form. The higher self never talks to us in the you form. So when you say to yourself, you, who told you that? And when you start to catch yourself with that, when you start to catch yourself every time you say you, and you hear the higher self say, who told you that? Then it can start to energetically change things. Because it's the difference between what we were told about ourselves versus who we can energetically become. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy that's kind of working on isolating and securing and understanding the space by which they need to begin, that allows the space by which they can understand where they're investing that effort to be able to heal not only the self, but also the relationships that they have around the self. This brings us to feminine energy. I'm going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the unconscious of mind of the feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards, please. We've got the Death card. We've got I'm not surprised, the 6 of Coins. Yeah, that makes sense. And we've got the Five of Swords. Now, this is important. There's double five energy. There's double five energy right now. There's double five energy right now in feminine and the thing I keep on seeing five talks about conflict. Five is a number that speaks towards conflict. It talks about conflict, but it also talks about the space by which we can typically identify, and this is why we have to get rid of this like mentality or modality of comparison. You know, comparing never gets anything done. Comparing never gets anything done, right? And when energy is spending so much time energetically comparing, there the work goes, right? There like there's all that work that gets undone, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like when we get into the modality of comparing, everything becomes energetically undone. But when we work towards, when we identify and recognize, and we find our uniqueness, we stop comparing ourselves to each other. Why would you compare yourself to somebody? Why would you compare yourself? You are unique. You are here for a reason. You are an energetic gift to the world. Why would you ever be in the modality by which you compare that gift to another? So I keep on seeing that modality or that experience of feminine, like, look, releasing, right? Releasing the energetic feeling of having to compare the self, right? But instead, what if, I keep on hearing, what if instead of comparing the self, you prepare the self? What if instead of comparing the self, you prepare the self? So the modality or the experience by which we don't get upset, but we see something and we get inspired by it, right? Like something that effectively creates that space in us that we say like, oh, like what, like it almost like I keep on hearing like the like allowing the space, like comparison kills inspiration. Because when you're energetically comparing, there's always something better, right? There's always something different. But when you work, but instead of comparing, you prepare, when you build instead into the space by which you recognize and identify what it is that you yourself are working to achieve, right? Like working on, like being on the hunt for one's own, like when you are on the hunt for one's own immaculate vibes, right? Like that's the space by which you see, you feel that sense of comparison and you pull out a flashlight, right? Like you go looking around within the self, right? You start to think about the things that allow the space by which something can grow. And I feel like this is important right now for feminine relationship, because for feminine relationship, I feel like there's a lot of the, like I keep on hearing like, this is also the feminine working on their own, right? Because I keep on seeing that the feeling of being energetically compared is often the articulation of the vulnerability in disguise, right? Like the vulnerability that we often experience that doesn't allow for the space of recognizing the prize that we are. So I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy kind of working through that. That's what I meant in terms of building upon, observing, not absorbing, not feeling the need, like not feeling the need to have to prove to another person that like what it is that you effectively articulate upon, but rather the space of proving something to the self, right? And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, I keep on getting that experience, this is potentially, like this is a lot of the energy of the feminine potentially healing. This is the inner child healing that is hidden behind the pragmatism, because this is the feminine kind of finding that unhealed inner child in the unconscious space and saying to them, you know, your best is always our exquisite, right? And so that is the observation, that when your best is our exquisite, then the observation of being able to look towards love for those who appreciate your energetic exquisiteness, your best, it doesn't become the space by which you look at love to prove something. You look at love in order to determine if you are finding something there. While for the non-binary energy, and I'm going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial system for the 3 cards in the unconscious space, we've got the Death card in its reversal, the 3 of Cups, in reversal, and a double chariot. So again, please make sure that you go to take a look at today's spread, because there's a lot of similarity that we see in these cards. So again, we see some similarity here too, to a lot of the same cards that we see in feminine, because we've got that death card energy. But what's interesting about it is feminine is in the process of letting go. I keep on hearing feminine is in the process of letting go the feeling of energetic comparison. Non-binary energy is holding on to things. Is what I keep on hearing. But I keep on hearing the thing that they're holding on to is how they choose to carry things. That's why there's so much chariot energy here, right? And often I feel like the hard part, I keep on seeing potentially for like, I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, somebody misinterpreting their lightness is what I keep on hearing. Like someone almost articulating to them that they're not serious enough about things. I keep on hearing somebody saying, like, articulating upon the fact that serious, like I keep on hearing, like, and I keep on, like, the thing is, when you've experienced a lot of trauma, it's hard to effectively build energetic seriousness towards it, because I keep on seeing that's the energy that almost says to another person, if I have to be serious every time I'm traumatized, I would never smile a single day in my life. Is the energy saying, like, that's what the energy basically says, like, if you're articulating the fact that you have to carry trauma from a point of seriousness, and then you're upset that I'm not acting traumatized enough in the space by which I'm being traumatized, that's the energy that almost articulates and amplifies and says that's concerning, right? Like, that's energetically concerning in the modality by which you feel. Like, why do you feel that seriousness is something that needs to be performative? It's something that we feel within the self. It's something that we carry. I keep on getting, it's something that we energetically carry within. And I keep on hearing, like, I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like the energy itself is highly attenuated to notice when somebody, I keep on hearing the energy say, sometimes the happiest person you know has the heaviest heart you've ever witnessed, right? That often that's what we talk about when we recognize the fact that we have to see the face by which true trauma often lives, because it's not the degree by which someone expresses what they're feeling. It's the energy that is very good. I almost feel like the energy is really good at being able to determine and articulate the difference between somebody who is operating in a state of joy based on naivete versus someone who holds their joy as a as an energetic shield, something that they have forged for themselves, something that they've created for themselves because they did not have any choice but to do so. So I keep on seeing, like, that's the type of energy that potentially gets really, like, I don't know why this is coming up right now or what's happening in the relationship space, but I keep on getting somebody who potentially misperceives. Like, I keep on hearing somebody who misperceives our joy as naivete, but not recognizing the space by which we choose to energetically carry something. I keep on hearing this is why they appreciate counterpart, because and this is what I mean about the space of them not wanting to feel the need to explain themselves, but the observation by which they're able to understand, like the ability of being able to know someone deeply beyond, I keep wondering, beyond how they articulate something versus how they're energetically carrying it. Bottom of the deck for masculine energy right now, utilizing the Smith-Waite system, the Moon card, which makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of parity right now in these cards. The Moon card, which we also see in the non-binary energy right now, this is a lot of the masculine energy. Like, this is what we talk about with shadow work, right? We go towards our fear with a flashlight. Because again, and it's not the space, I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which it's not the space. No two fears are alike, right? Something that is healthy to be afraid of is something that is easy to communicate upon why we're energetically afraid of it, right? And again, typically the ability to articulate upon our fears is a sign of strength, right? Never are you in more danger than someone who tells you that they're not afraid of anything. Like, like, like that, never are you in more danger with someone who says to you that they're not afraid of anything, because that is the sound of someone avoiding things. That is the sound of someone who's avoiding things, right? They're afraid of their feelings. They're like, literally someone, I'm not afraid of anything. Okay, look, first things first, you're afraid of your feelings because you just articulated the fact that you're not afraid of anything. So that says that you're running in the direction of the feelings. So I feel like there's a lot of the work of masculine to build into the ability to talk towards feelings. And I said it's hard, right? Because the thing is, the body's real bad at that. The body is real bad at telling the difference between the feelings, like the feelings of being actually like attacked versus feeling emotionally attacked. And the problem is they sometimes bring the same feelings up. So that's why it's good to work through that, because the more you do it, the better you get attenuated to it, and you're able to sort through the difference between the healthy feeling, the healthy vulnerability that triggers reactivity, we need a word for it, versus the unhealthy that often pops up because it feels like we're in mortal danger, but really our heart's just going, help, help me, help me, I've got feelings. Continuing to get clarification, bottom of the deck for feminine right now, we're going to be using the Aquarian Tarot. We've got the World card. It's like the feminine. And this is why this is happening right now, because feminine is literally in the space of being like, feelings, I don't have time for those right now. But I keep on seeing, the thing with the feminine is I keep on hearing the feminine saying, wipe your feelings before you come in here, which is the space by which it says it's okay to have feelings about something, but make sure that you've run them up and down the stairs of the self to make sure the feelings that make sense are the feelings that are energetically directive. Being able to effectively articulate the difference between when we give each other, when we come to each other and be like, I'm finally ready to tell, and this is the funny part, someone will come towards you and be like, I'm finally ready to tell you your feelings, and they're literally telling somebody, to someone who knows that they're there. They've known the whole time. Someone is just like, I'm finally ready to admit the things that I've been projecting onto you this entire time. And that's why it doesn't feel like a celebration moment often when someone who's been putting us through the ringer shows up and goes, I'm ready to tell you about my feelings. And someone being like, I don't need you to tell me about your feelings. I've got a treatise on your feelings. Everything I've been experiencing with you has been the feelings. Your feelings have been here the whole time. You're just finally arriving at the space by which you're willing to admit that they exist. So that's why we see that a lot of the feminine energy is in that space that says it's not enough to talk about feelings. Feelings don't fix things. They often make things harder. But the ability to identify what the feelings are asking for, now we're energetically getting somewhere. It's a two-part system. First, you feel the feelings, and then you check what the feelings are asking for to make sure it's an inside problem versus an outside problem. This brings us to non-binary energy. Bottom of the deck, we've got the Hierophant. And this is a continuation of the non-binary energy, feeling exhausted, absolutely exhausted, and feeling the need to have to explain themselves. And I keep on seeing a lot of the space. Like, I feel like it's interesting because I need to point this out. Everybody in the energetic frequencies want to explain, except non-binary energy that's like exhausted from the need to feel like one has to constantly explain upon something. Again, this is a lot of the same work that we see between the conversation between the ubiquitous versus the ephemeral. The ability to effectively articulate or identify or ideate upon something. I keep on seeing, like, for a lot of the energy, like, and I keep on, and I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like I'm like feeling into like I feel like there's a lot of the energy that feels like, I keep on hearing the song like Open Your Heart to Me, that comes towards the non-binary energy. And energy of feminine, and like the energy of the non-binary energy effectively articulating to energy around them and being like, the ability of, like, I keep on hearing like sorting through. You can't force an energetic heart opening, right? That is something I keep on hearing, like, that is the energy that says or articulates that their vulnerability is a gift, right? It's the vulnerability is a gift, and the vulnerability is something that often, like, the more, and that's the funny thing about gifts, right? The more that one demands that they want a gift, the less one feels inclined that another person is energetically ready to receive it. Because often the space by which another person is stomping their feet and demanding and saying, why aren't you being vulnerable to me? Another person's like, exhibit A. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's exhibit, but yeah, like it's the space by which you can't force vulnerability into things. It's organic. It's organic. Vulnerability is free range. It's like you can't You can't be like you. It's the and it's like understanding. Often when another person says like, "Why won't you be more vulnerable to me?" It's like the space of another person being like, "Have you made me feel safe? Have you made me feel safe?" And this is the work that we do to effectively energetically calibrate for safety. Like there's never, I keep on hearing the energy saying there's never, nothing is more absurd than to say to someone, "You're not being vulnerable to me," is what I keep on hearing. And that's why even in the space by which another person gets, like, I keep on hearing like the space by which another person like navigates that with the sense of like I keep on hearing like the space by which they try to navigate it with a sense of deep irony, because it's a space by which somebody could say, as if I could, as if one didn't desire to, right? As if it was that easy, is what I keep on seeing. That is where we find all of the energy. This is our daily, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your DMs and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who who was a part of our recent tarot class. We are going to be continuing our tarot studies on Thursday, December 18th, at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced prior to, or everything we've studied prior to the next class beginning. But it's a lovely time to join because you've got a few weeks before that class occurs if you want to catch up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. And you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have updates as well. I also want to let you guys know and invite you to a very special retreat that we are going to be having in August, where we will be studying the tarot in the cradle where tarot was first originally discovered. We will be taking that journey through Florence. You can find out more information about that retreat over on my Stack as well. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Good Vibes. You got our highest gifter today. You will be the third person read for. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much for reposting, Lisa. I appreciate you. Grand Rising Ivana, good to see you today. How are you doing today, Tanya? Welcome. Thank you for the compliment, Pisces. And thank you so much, Spiral, for the gifts and the heart me's. Just remember, any of my super fans, if you would like a free card today, make a free animal spirit guide card. Make sure that you are also recharging your heart me's today. Ready for some chivalry? Tap to claim, Ella. Hi there, Yaz. Good to see you today, dear. Yes, a lot of queens out there. Absolutely. Audacity convos. And thank you as well. To get a reading, G, you're the first person on the list today, and you'll be the first person we're reading for. Thank you as well. Yes, the disappointment they have and all make you and will make you aware of. And again, I keep on hearing the difference between healthy disappointment is the ability of another person articulating what they would prefer. If someone cannot articulate what they would prefer, it's not disappointment. Thank you so much, Jackie, for the follow. And Rihanna, thank you for those heart me's. I'm sorry, the nerding out on it. It's a beautiful spread. Oh, thank you, Rihanna. I appreciate that. And yes, people can't assume because I look good that I'm not wise beyond my years. Tap to claim, dear. Tap to claim through trauma recovery, experience, space, wisdom. Grand Rising, Jana. Good to see you today. And Ella, good to see you. Thank you as well, Aggie. Augustina, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It's a great approach. How are you doing today, Bridget? Dustin, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you as well for those heart me's, Aggie. How are you doing today, Purr? Welcome, Good Vibes. The readings, G, you're the first person on the list today. We're going to get started on them in just a moment, so just hang tight. Thank you for your patience. Thank you as well for confirmation, Tequila. If you've already sent the donation, you are already booked, dear. I'm just going to confirm now. Yep, and thank you as well. Thank you. Good to see you today, Creative. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you, Bridget, for also confirming. Okay. And so I've got you here. So G, I just need you to give me the first initial of the last name that sent the payment, okay? And then we can confirm your reading. Thank you so much, Rihanna. I do my best. Absolutely. How are you doing today, Jackie? Good to see you. All right, we're going to continue right now, friends. If you want to get on the list, as I mentioned, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 4th person read for. First person we're reading for today is going to be G. Thank you, G. I need to get a sheet to be able to put over these cards, so just hold on a minute and we'll get started. G, could you let me know? You said that it appears we're doing an Akashic. That's perfectly fine. Yaz. It didn't work? Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'm going to make a note on it here for you. Resend Yaz link. And just a reminder to anybody who is a subscriber, if you are a super fan and would like access to our super fan only disco channel, just message me a disco gif through the orange icon in this chat, in this live, and I will send you an invite code. If you would like a discount to our tarot class program, message me the word class. And if you would like information on our trip, message me the word trip. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to grab a sheet so that we can lay this down so we can start our readings. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list for a reading today, go ahead and let me know the date that you are put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back to it. I will check on that as well, Yaz. 1 second, please. All right. There we go. Excellent. All right. Oh, that's weird. It shouldn't be doing that. Okay, let me know. I will definitely check on that once we, so, you know, here's the thing about those, Yaz. They are time-based, so I may just need to resend it. It's some, pardon me, it's something that we can fix. All right, that said, we are going to get started. First person we're reading for today, also verifying superfan status. Thank Jess, I deeply appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for verifying that. All right, and I will be sending you that code as well. Thank you so much, dear. All right. We're going to begin. The first person we're reading for, I have to leave. Can you save my reading? Absolutely good. Yeah, I'll put you on the hold list, dear. And I'm wishing you a beautiful day. All right, the first person we're reading for right now is going to be G. G, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, if you are also interested in getting on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you want to get on the list right now, it is an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. I've got you, dear. Before we continue, warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to pull them. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crow. Oh, we got the raven. Thank you guys so much for participating, and we'll do that again after the next reading. Let me get the cards here. Okay, and I'm going to pin up G. Make sure to give G some love. We are doing an Akashic. And thank you for being the first person on the list today. You will be getting an additional card in your spread. 4 cards, please. And 1 more, please. Thank you. Oh, man. So, it's the wildest thing. I feel like there's something really important that's in your Akashic about clearing superstitious energy. Like there's something, it's important. It's not, and it's something you've been doing across lifetimes, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it too is, and I keep on like the thing I keep on picking up upon is, there's, I feel like there's a disambiguation point. It's interesting because there's a disambiguation point in your Akashic in understanding. Like I keep on hearing superstition is based on misunderstanding, is what I keep on getting. Right? And I feel like I would not be surprised if you do something, like if you work in some capacity, by which I don't know why they keep on hearing you work to heal others of their superstitions. Because, and I keep on getting this because, like, I don't know if you do something in a therapy mentality, or if you've been going to therapy with someone, because I just keep on getting like the context of association by which another person experiences fear. Like I keep on hearing like that is you helping another person heal from a fear-based mindset. And I keep on and like the hard part about that, like the hard part about that is often, and this is what's hard, like when energy is superstitious and they care about us, then their love often feels like they're just trying to put the fear into us, is what I keep on getting. Like that's what I keep on, like that's what I keep on seeing about this. And I feel like it's really hard because I kind of see the fact that I would not be surprised if you're going through some kind of experience right now by which every time you do something, somebody says to you, don't do that. Right? Like it's like, and I can almost see you having to say to another person, don't tell me I can't do it if you don't have a logical reason why I shouldn't. Right? Because I just keep on like, and it's so wild because there's a lot, like there's a lot of this in your Akashic, and I keep on getting like, you know, the how do I describe this? It's not to say, I keep on getting, it's not to say that there aren't things that occur that energetically defy understanding, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's the thing. I feel like it's interesting because I feel like something about your own Akashic requires you to have to like walk. Like I see you having to walk like a very narrow line. And the narrow line that I see you walking is understanding. Like I literally see the context by which one understand, like I keep on, I feel like this is you, like saying to another person, and I don't know why this is coming through, but I almost feel like you saying to another person, like, um, you know, if you're like the absurdity, of energetically doing something. Like I keep wondering the absurdity of doing something because it's always been done a certain way without understanding the context as to why one is doing it in the first place. That is literally the sound of someone losing the plot, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like I need to say that again. The observation of doing something a particular way just because it's always been done that way, but everyone forgets the reasons as to why it was being done that way in the first place, is the space by which we have effectively, like that is literally the sound of someone saying that they have lost the plot, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like I would not be surprised if, like I said, you kind of work in some capacity. I keep on hearing like you work in some capacity to help dispel other people's preconceptions. And I don't know why it also feels like there's something about stories attached to that as well. So I'm not sure if there's something that you do, because by which I keep on hearing, like, by which you, like, I don't know if I see you in some kind of modality by which you're collecting stories, but I feel like I keep on getting, like, I feel like there's like, I keep on hearing, like, there's almost like, I would not be surprised if you are both in the act of simultaneously collecting and dispelling something, is what I keep on hearing. Because that's like kind of the type of energy that I'm effectively reading into, right? Which is not like, it's like I almost see you like it feels very much like there's like a bit of an ist connected to it, because it says to me like that's you kind of looking at something. Like, and I like to point this out, like whenever we add an ist to something, it's somebody who like I love when we add ist to things, because often things that have ists to them, this is actually in your Akashic, I'm just reading it there, things that have like ist connected to them, the way you test things is by breaking things, is what I keep on seeing, which is like the space by which, like the space by which you work to effectively articulate or identify, like working through something, but in a way by which you energetically scrutinize it in order to effectively identify or articulate what is actually energetically factual, versus I keep on hearing like the dross surrounding it, or something that doesn't feel, this not something that doesn't feel energetically necessary. So I feel like it's hard, because for a lot of the experience, or the lot of, like, the one thing I keep on seeing, and I feel like this is something that you have to kind of calibrate for in the space by which I feel like you are very, in some ways you're a very, like, sometimes you have a tendency of being overly analytical, is what I keep on getting. But like, and I keep on getting the thing that's important about making sure that one is not overly analytical is, and I keep on seeing, like, it's almost like the space by which you can say to another person, it's okay. It's okay to hold on to things that are energetically true to ourselves and to ourselves alone, so long as there is a caveat to it. So long as it doesn't hurt anyone else in the process of holding it, is what I keep on hearing. It's okay. I keep on hearing the same message, and I feel like this has been hard for you to kind of like articulate to another person. And this is something that I feel like you're also here to learn. It's okay to hold things simply because they feel good to hold them. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of power in that. I feel like you might have a little hard time. I think you might have a hard time with those with Capricorn placements, because Capricorns understand this. Like they understand this intuitively. It's okay to hold on to something simply because it feels good to hold on to it, except in the mentality or the modality by which it hurts another person for you to hold it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there's that Queen of Swords, right? I feel like there's something about energy having, it's hard for you to be under, it's hard, it's very easy for energy to misunderstand you. You know? I feel like there could be those modalities or those experiences by which I feel like, I don't know why I'm picking up the space by which, like by which there's like a little bit of like, I've got like this, like it's a little bit of a poker face on you, is what I keep on seeing, you know? And almost like, I feel like you're like, the problem when we're really sophisticated is we can be going through a lot, and another person would never be able to tell it from it's like the opposite of a Leo. Leos are the opposite. Leos can't carry anything without it showing on their face. Like, we're like, whoa! Like Leos, zero poker face. It's something they have to work on really hard. You've got a little bit of the opposite problem here, you know? I feel like I keep on getting like something about you being able to carry things in such a way, and another person being like, I guess you don't care, and you being like, I care tremendously. Just because I'm not showing it doesn't mean I don't care, right? I feel like I see often those who carry a lot of trauma don't have the ability to express their care, because when they start to feel a lot of feelings, they feel fear in expressing them. So that's something that, like, it takes like a lifetime to work through, and it doesn't ever go away, is what I keep on getting. And that can be really energetically painful, because I feel like it's almost often the space by which you have to articulate to another person that you like. Oft I need to point this out. There's nothing worse than saying to another person, you're not expressing emotion, in the space by which they once experienced a trauma environment where they would have been punished for showing any emotion, right? It's literally cruel, is what I keep on hearing. It's literally cruel to say to somebody, you're so cold, in the modality by which they were in some kind of environment where to show, like, I keep on hearing, like, to show a facial gesture would have resulted in some kind of repercussion. And I feel like there's potentially, I feel like you are in environments like that, and I feel like you can't be blamed if you still carry that shield now. That shield, I'm reading it in your Akashic, is impossible to remove once it's set in place. It's impossible to remove. And so the ability to explain to others about that is going to help you with it, is what I keep on seeing. Tell them when someone says, how can you be so cold? Say to them, what you're experiencing is not coldness, it's a shield. Let me tell you a story to help them understand why you're so good at energetically shielding, especially as it relates to your visage. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, G. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And let me just read over the comments here. Thank you, Bridget. I got you on the list, dear. How you doing today, creative? Hi there, Ian. Sending you support on that journey. I'm not sure how we can assist with that. Oh, thank you so much, Anna. I appreciate you. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you as well, Ella. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nice, Rihanna. Enjoy the class. Nice to meet you, Jackie. Absolutely. I tried. Yep, and I'll get you on that, Yaz. Yes, I tried. Absolutely. I have to leave. Yep, I got you. Good. And thank you so much, Cassie, for joining. You're a cat moon. That makes sense. Because here's the thing. I need to point this out. The place where we carry our moon can often be our vulnerability, right? We don't talk, and a cat moon, like, that can often be most pronounced in those with cat moon placements. Cat moon placements, it's some heavy stuff, you know? So that kind of, thank you for confirming. Yeah, as a Leo rising, I absolutely say it with all my, I know Leos are terrible, man. They're the worst. No, zero, there are, listen, it is something that can be worked on, you know? But when you see a Leo with a poker face, it's it's crazy. I know a couple, and I say a couple, like literally maybe like 2. And whenever I've seen them, I've been like, I'm always like, wow, you're so welcome, G. This resonates with my Scorpio rising. You're so welcome, and thank you for having that reading with me and sending you sending you support on your journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific a question you'd like me to answer. We all know one. There's one Leo we all know who has like the most amazing poker face on the planet. All right, we're going to continue right now. Thank you. On the disco. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you have information that is relevant for our reading, you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel, or you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. It is a lovely time to get on the list right now. You will be the next person read for. So if you are looking, if you've been meaning to have a reading with me and you've not wanted to wait, now is your opportunity. All right, I'm just pulling up Bridget's question. We're also at 32K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You said it's under general, dear? There it is. Got it. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. All right. It's outside tea. How are you doing today, Nix? Oh, I'll check right now. Thank you for letting me know. Let me check. Yep, I got you. You've been added to the list, and you'll be read for after Bridget. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Thank you for notifying me. Excellent. Though in the future, just a reminder to everybody joining us, we only put the initial. We only put the initial of the apps. The apps are very jealous. They don't like hearing anything. They don't like hearing anything about the other apps. Okay. Thank you, Per, for getting on the list. You'll be out read for after Nix. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. No, it's okay. You can take that from this and anyone else that you talk to on this app. The apps, they don't like it. They're all like jealous exes. They're like, don't you say their name in this house. How could you talk about them? I will never talk to you again. I never want to hear their name in this house. All right. I got you. Okay, I got, oh, Minnie, let me confirm that you're on as well. Can you confirm where you sent, dear? All right. Okay, where are we? I'm reading right now. Yeah, we don't talk about all those. That's a lot darker. That's a lot darker, Bridget. I'm going to stick with X's. All right. Where are we? Okay, hold on a minute. All right, so we're going to continue right now. Before we continue, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire dragon. All right. Let's get to it. All right. All right, we've got outside tea. I'm also going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Hold on a minute. Okay. Outside tea, 2 cards, please. On my soul's evolution in this lifetime. And 2 cards on my soul's progress so far. Ooh, I like it. It's a nice question. All right. Hold on. I don't have that deck. I'm not looking for that deck. Hold on. Yeah, that's the one you're looking for. Oh, I wish this deck was bigger. Okay. The size of this deck drives me nuts. Okay. Yeah. 2 cards on evolution and progress currently. And yeah, thank you. Oh my God, this makes so much sense. Oh my God, that makes so much sense. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Yep. I can't. I can't show you these cards. All right. I'm gonna show them to you, but I feel like, and it has a lot to do, because it has a lot to do with a lot of the Akashic readings that we've given on you, right? Remember how I said that there's typically to come here, there's a lot of eagerness, right? Remember I said there's a lot of eagerness to be here. This was how you arrived. I don't even want to be here energy is what I keep on seeing. You know? It's giving me kicking and screaming is what I keep on getting. And I feel like you hit this place in the best way possible, because the thing I keep on getting is the fact that you remember how good it could be, right? How good it used to be is what I keep on getting. I see this with energy that's been here for a long time, right? The feeling that it doesn't have to be this way. It's annoying is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like it's interesting too, because I do feel like a lot of the purpose of you effectively arriving here is to help cure some of that cynicism, is what I keep on getting. You know, I literally, like, the funny thing about it is, like, I read for you, and I literally, like, there was something about the time that you were here that you literally, I told you, there was a literal choice that you made with others by which you said, we're not coming back, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how, I didn't know that was even possible until I started reading for you. I didn't know that was something that, I didn't know that was something you could do, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I am not sure. I'm still very curious as to how you effectively did something by which you effectively said, yeah, we're just opting out. We're opting, like, we're opting out. There are a lot of people who would like to understand how you did that. But the modality or the experience by which, and I keep on seeing, you know, I keep on hearing, like, the reason that you're back here is effectively to help you understand that hope, like, that hope springs eternal, is what I keep on getting. But I feel like it's hard, because I feel like, and I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of energy that often articulates and says, I don't know what we would do without you, right? Typically, the way that you arrive to the fact that you are the healing, like you are the energetic medicine, is the space by which another person articulates and says, I don't know what I would do without you. You've definitely changed others' lives, you know? And I feel like it's hard, because I can almost see you saying, like, that's nice, that's great. Like, like, but I feel like I literally see you in a situation, like, your soul is literally looking at the universe and being like, what have you done for me lately? But I think that one of the things, but I keep on hearing, like, I feel like the thing that the universe is working to help you with is inner peace, which I know, I know, I know, I know that I can see you. Like, the funny thing about it is I keep on seeing a past life version of you where you literally, like, I keep on hearing, like, you would slap your hand when you were done doing something, is what I keep on seeing, which is, like, I keep on, like, the funny thing is too, when I'm reading for your past life, I keep on getting, like, the funny thing is I keep on, oh man, I didn't know that. The thing I keep on getting, they're saying that this is where clapping came from. Clapping came from slapping a hand, a still hand, Like they're saying that the way that we used to clap was holding a hand steady and then going like this, going, if you liked it, put something in my palm, is what they're showing me. This is what you used to do. You used to do something that used to like fix something. And then when you were done, you used to clap for yourself, which is like you'd finish doing something and then you would go like this, going, and now's the part that you put something in my hand. We've been clapping wrong. This is how we used to clap. So they're saying, so they're saying that there's something about that which is like it's a past life connection in relationality to kind of have, I feel like you're having to work through something right now. And I feel like the thing about it is like I feel like the universe is filling your palm with inner peace, and you're going no, I don't want inner peace. That's the past. That is the past life going. No. I want this. That's still there. But I feel like I feel like in a way, like the one thing I keep on seeing is I feel like that's really that I feel like there's something about that I'm like I see that is like I keep on hearing, like when I said the space by which another person had to convince you to come here because they articulated the fact that you're desperately needed. I keep on hearing the confirmation you'll have upon a journey like that is the ability by which somebody says, I don't know what I would do without you. But the hard part about it, and I feel like this is the past life coming back up, which says that it's okay, like energy is reciprocal. You know, this is one of the reasons, I keep on hearing, this is one of the reasons that you energetically departed, because I can almost see the energy that was getting upset at you, like energy that almost wanted you to do something for the benefit of something, but then didn't want to energetically remunerate you for it because they articulated that you should just be doing it for the good in your heart space. But I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing the energy. Did you ever notice how cold another person's heart is when they look to another person and said, if you care, you'd just be doing it for free? Like, you understand, like I can see that's one of the reasons that you energetically left, because it's a lack of appreciation of someone that says, if you really cared, you would just do it for nothing, is what I keep on hearing. Like somebody who has that type of mentality, like that was the energy that you are giving up on, right? Like it was literally, I keep on hearing the lack of understanding on somebody understanding or recognizing what balance is. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you've had to do a lot of karmic work in relationality to holding energetic boundaries on things. And I keep on hearing, right? It's not the fact that you are being greedy. It's good to be appreciated, is what I keep on getting, right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not greedy if you're just asking for appreciation for all the good that you're bringing to situations, is what I keep on hearing. And I think that that's interesting because I do feel like there's a lot of that energy that I wouldn't be surprised if you feel like you've had those moments that you had to heal from where it felt like somebody was putting the squeeze on you, right? Somebody, and I like to point out, when somebody's putting the squeeze on you, someone trying to diminish your contribution in something by saying, is that all you can do when you're doing literally everything? You've already kind of accomplished that. That was a huge, I feel like the ability, and I keep on hearing, you've already surpassed the past life in that modality, because I need to point out that the past life basically I literally see a situation where they made an energetic agreement by which they like moved away from something. They literally moved away from something specifically because they didn't want to energetically tolerate it, right? And so your own ability of coming back and seeing, I keep on hearing, seeing the coldness that the past life rejected, but also still seeing that there's hope. I keep on hearing there's hope in cold places, that it's not necessarily everyone, that not everything and not everyone is in that mindset. That is how, right? being able to be energetically patient upon things. I feel like there's a lot of the work that you're doing, and I keep on hearing like this is you also going through your own soul's journey of observing, not absorbing, right? Not allowing another person's coldness to make you throw the towel in on all of humanity, which is what I keep on seeing you did. Which is what I see you did in a past life. You're like, I'm done. Versus recognizing and identifying and saying that there are those here. Like there are those here. Like when we like there are those here that understand, right? And that's why I keep on hearing the fact, and you knew this. You knew this. It's better than before because I keep on getting conditions. You had conditions that needed to be met in order to arrive back here. Is every time, and that's what I kept on seeing when I was reading to your Akashic. And that's why I keep on hearing, like, even in the space by which you energetically articulated that you were done, you articulated the fact that you would effectively come back if conditions were reached. And I keep on seeing that that ability of doing so. I feel like the hard part is, and I keep on getting this right now, is if it was easy, you wouldn't be here. If it was easy, if it was easy, you wouldn't energetically be here. Because I keep on seeing that, like, I feel like I keep on hearing when I read into your Akashic and I hear the earth needs you, I keep on hearing like the earth needs that energetic protection point, right? It needs that articulation. It needs those that effectively identify and speak towards it. And I keep on getting that the hard part with that is often when we're speaking upon that, it often feels like we're like, it feels like it's hard to be heard. But I keep on getting that, like, I feel like one of the things I see that you start to do more, like as you continue forward right now, is finding, I keep on hearing, and I feel like you've had to learn this too. Like if you're in a room, and you're screaming and nobody's energetically listening, right? You don't stop speaking. You leave the room. You find energy. I keep on hearing you find energy that wants to hear what you energetically have to say. And so I feel like I see that a lot. I feel like a lot of the work I see you doing right now, particularly at this experience, like in this time, is finding energetic community, right? Because I keep on hearing in community, we find the ability to commune with one another. We find the ability to be able to recognize that we're not energetically alone. So I feel like I see a lot of the work that you're doing right now in terms of finding and sharing those experiences in terms of feeling. I keep on hearing it's good to know that one is not alone. It's in fact the most important thing that we have, because in the space by which we recognize a shared feeling of the audacity, it allows the context by which we can change and grow. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with strength. I wouldn't be surprised if you're navigating situations or circumstances right now that often feel like they try or test your patience. But I keep on getting that ability of doing so, I keep on getting, you're an energetic warrior, and like warrior, I like to point out warriors, I feel like the biggest mistake someone possibly makes with you is assuming that your kindness is weakness. Assuming like when someone comes towards you and they make the mistake that the kindness you're giving them is the only option you have. I mean, I feel like it's almost like the space by which they're in for like a really, like they're in for like a rude awakening is what I keep on seeing. And that has a lot to do, right? That has a lot to do with, I keep on seeing like a lot of that. I keep on getting a lot of that dragon energy that we saw, which is the ability of effectively, I keep on seeing like that. I feel like that is the space. I keep on hearing you are learning that your anger is also a gift. And I keep on hearing the thing with sacred anger is that you don't throw it around, right? You navigate it proportionally. You articulate upon why you're upset. and the ability, and I keep on hearing our anger becomes sacred when we recognize that there's not a lot of it. And when someone brings it within us, right? It often can create the space by which we can allow for something to change, right? So I feel like that is you. Like that is you. I keep wondering that's a lot of the work that you're doing in putting, I keep on hearing like putting your anger in spaces that allow for change, not the energy, like I keep on hearing not the energy, like not the energy that tries to articulate that you are crazy for having it, right? Like that observation is what I keep on seeing. So continue to do that work, because I feel like there's something really important that I feel like there's a lot of Empress energy around you right now, and strength, which is often like I keep on seeing, don't waste your anger on someone who has shown you that they don't hold it sacredly. Because when we care about each other and we are upset, like the sacredness by which we recognize, when we are like the sacredness by which another person carries our anger is effectively the ability, it is directly proportional to how much they honor us, because it is the observation of understanding that they don't want us to be feeling it and they want to work to heal it, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Sissy, thank you for the follow. Just reading over your comments, dear. We're also at 36.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are a subscriber who would like access to our subscriber-only disco channel, make sure that you are hitting that orange icon at the bottom of the screen. Send me a disco gift through PM, and I will send you that invite. If you would like a discount on the class, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip, message me the word trip. Okay. I know I love that question too. Yeah, I was not happy about coming. I love this card for you. Look at that. Nope. But look where you end up. Look at this. This is lovely. This is a beautiful journey. I like this. That's why I was laughing so hard when I see it. And you also got, like, I need to show you, like, the Hermit card in its reversal. You know, this is what you're being tasked to do now. Just like getting your feelings out, not holding them in, expressing them. Thank you as well, Ella, for confirming. Yeah, it is annoying. Can we be back in Atlantis? I'm not feeling cured of that. I don't think you're ever going to be cured of it. You know, absolutely a lot of this to the universe. Yeah, exactly. Now you put the money in my hand. Grand Rising, Esteban. Good to see you today. So true. Yeah, funny how my family's like that. Yeah, well, that's a karmic work that you carried into this one. I never noticed it until you moved away. Sending you support on that journey. And thank you as well for those absolutely trying so hard not to absorb. I know it's hard. This question is so cool. I'm going to have to copy this one next reading. Excellent. Maybe I'll have to add it to the list. I need to figure out a way to shorten the way to articulate it. I definitely get that way though sometimes. Well, yeah, that's I feel like that's the past life coming through. Like, I'm done. I wouldn't be surprised to say I'm not doing this again. If you say again and you don't know what the again is, that is also confirmation of the past life. I'm not doing this again. Yep. No, but I keep on like the thing I keep on seeing. And we'd have to delve into it more, like in a mediumship reading. But like, there was a conversation about it. is what I keep on saying. You didn't, it wasn't just your call. Like, that's the thing that's wild that I keep on reading for. You know? Yeah, this reading resonates so much. Yeah, it's been a very solo journey. Well, and that's what I remember. I keep on hearing, you left. Remember, I keep on saying, you left, there were more of you, right? So I feel like that's what I keep on getting with this message, which is the observation of understanding you are not. When I keep on hearing we, when I read for you, there's more of you, which is the space by which those who like feel that same way or were doing the same things as you were like effectively also like there was a decision made, you know? Like I can give you more information on this in a private message over DM if you message me, Bridget, on the disco. Yeah, my anger is a calm storm. Good afternoon, Fig. Yeah, I take all that sunshine with me when I walk away. Yeah, that's what Leos do, you know? Yeah. It's my family. It's a hardest challenge. Sending you support on that journey, dear. You're so welcome. Absolutely. All right. Excellent. And also, yeah, send me a private message over the disco, and I've got another download for you on that I think will help. I think will help with this hermit energy I'm seeing. Okay. Thank you as well, DJ. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nix. Nix, if you're here, stay there. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. It'll be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing, dear? And we're also at 37.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody, very frog focused. It's a fox. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. It was the foot. We're gonna close. All right, we're gonna continue right now. I'm going to pin up Nix. Make sure to give Nix some love. Angry dragon. I've got you here. Guys, make sure to give Nix some love. We're doing, hold on a minute. Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're doing personal on general and relationship. Okay, got you, dear. Can I please get, hold on a moment. Something's going on this, huh? Okay, general. Yeah, hold on. Relationship. Thank you. Yeah. All right, thank you. What do we have here? Um, so I feel like I gotta stress this. I feel like there's something really important. Um, I feel like there's something really important in relationality to, I feel like I see you really successful in something, you know? Like I'm observing some kind of situation or circumstance by which you're very successful, but you're also incredibly hardworking, you know? And I feel like this is the type of energy, like God, like forgive anybody, like forget anybody who tries to articulate to you upon the fact that you're lucky. Like I keep on getting, never does anyone know where you came from or how hard you've had to work to something. Like I keep on hearing like the profound insult in someone seeing you like working tirelessly and another person articulating upon the fact that you fell upon something or something came to you like through some kind of experience of luck. I keep on, I almost feel like that, like I like it's like almost like a jaw-dropping moment with your guides, you know? Luck didn't have a thing to do with it. Is what I keep on hearing. You got the wrong guy, is what I keep on hearing. Luck had nothing to do with it, is what I keep on getting. Um, and I think that I feel like that's really, and I think that there's something about that too. And I keep on hearing, the hard thing that we sometimes have to navigate is, and we kind of talk about this, um, like I keep on hearing, like, I feel like there's been experiences in the past where you've had to navigate your success in relationality to partnership. You need someone that's incredibly secure in themselves. You need somebody that knows what their purpose is. Because, I'm reading a lot right now in relationality to a past relationship. If not, it can often happen, especially if we are very good at something and we're very like we're energetically, like if we've worked hard towards something. I feel like I've seen these experiences where the same thing that attracted someone to you becomes the thing, it becomes the thing that another person says is the barrier that's stopping a relationship, right? And I keep on hearing if something propelled someone towards you, it does not become toxic in the space by which they come to get to know you, unless the energy is articulating the fact that what you do doesn't allow for the context of them having attention towards them. And I keep on hearing you can't get energetically jealous like of a profession. But you'd be surprised. I keep wondering, but you'd be surprised what happens when somebody's energetically insecure, right? And they like and they see someone doing something and they energetically move towards them. And I keep on getting, it's like they move towards you and then they move away from you with just as much speed because they can't necessarily keep up, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that's painful. That keep on getting, like, that can be very, very painful because I keep on getting, like, and I want to describe to you, like, I feel like you're healing from pedestalized partnership. And pedestalized partnership can often be the space by someone approaches us and they've already put us on a pedestal. Pedestalized partnerships are doomed from the start because the space by which another person has an overinflated sense of who we are, and then they recognize, they come to know who we truly are, like that should always be a joy. That should always be a delightful joy. But it's very easy, like it's very easy for others to create a fabrication, right? I don't know if there's something that you do that's public facing, because I usually get reads like this on someone who's public facing. It's very easy for others to kind of build a perception in their head of who they aspire or imagine one to be, right? And that's often the space by which, like I keep on hearing, like if you didn't, I keep wondering, if you didn't put that projection there, that's not your responsibility, is what I keep on getting. If you didn't put that projection there, that's not your responsibility. That's their responsibility. Now, if there's something about ourselves that we talk towards, right? If there's something we talk towards, right? If there's something by which we articulate to another that we're about, and then in the space by which another person comes to know us and they realize that we're not about that, like that's something we have to be energetically concerned about, right? Because that is the authenticity of the self in energetic comparison to where we find ourselves. And I keep on hearing, and I feel like there's something happening for you in relationality right now that you're starting to understand, that is what I keep on seeing. Or you're healing. I keep wondering, you're healing from a past relationship at the same time that you're building into the context of someone who I feel like you're gonna, like somebody who also understands the difference between navigating others' impressions versus demands, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like this is important in terms of a conversation you're having with someone. We pin our sights or our aspirations in what we long to have with one another, is what I keep on seeing, right? We talk about relationship in terms of where it can, like, I keep on hearing, like, where we aspire to go with it, right? But I keep on hearing, and I feel like, I don't know why I keep on hearing this, like you and another person, not for show, is what I keep on getting, right? Not the feeling, I keep wondering, like, not the feeling, I keep wondering, like, not the feeling of effectively, like, it almost feels like I see you kind of like having to have a conversation with someone in relationality to trying to work towards, and I keep on hearing, like, trying to work towards understanding mutual, I keep on hearing mutual privacy. And I keep on getting mutual privacy. And I keep on, we don't talk enough about this in relationship, like the observation of being able to understand what we feel comfortable sharing with others, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting, we don't obligate each other on that. And especially, and I need to stress this, like, especially, I need to talk about, like, there's a lot coming up here in this reading, but, I'll like, and I want to kind of, the one thing I want to leave it at is the observation. Like, nobody can determine what is healthy but us. Even, I keep on getting, even in relationality to how much about ourselves that we feel inclined to share. And I think you know what I'm talking about there. You know what I mean? Like, another person does not get to say, if you feel like that, everybody should know, right? That is like, when we talk about the ability to navigate what feels healthy, like, the most important articulation point is choice, right? And I feel like that is something, I feel like there's something about that I see you effectively working through and understanding, like somebody being like, oh, well, if you like, I don't know why, it's like, I don't know why, like, there's something I keep on hearing, like, the context of choice is often the space by which the fact that we articulate or represent something, we have to speak more upon it. And I feel like there's, like, I feel like it's almost, I keep on hearing, like, somebody that understands the discernment in terms of how you choose to experience or express yourself, but also in what you choose not to express, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing the counterpart for you will understand the fact that, I don't know why I keep on hearing, they'll understand the fact that there's something that you have to do, like they'll understand the fact that you're navigating nuance. They're not gonna blame you for it. They're not gonna be hard on you about it. They're gonna work to understand it and support you throughout it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, it's a lot of this, like the argumentation point, another person saying it's not that simple. And I feel like there's something about the simplicity and relationality too. I told you, like the space by which you articulate to another about the about like I keep on hearing, like there's something in relationality to how much of a relationship that you choose to express. And I feel like and here's the thing about it, you also have to navigate another person's choice. You've got to tell them that from the onset. You have got to prepare them for that. Okay, so again, as long as there's a caveat to everything I just said, as long as you're not giving the false impression, right? Telling someone like, look, we're going to get this out of the way first because it's hurt me in past relationship. We need to be on the same page about that. You need to take your due diligence in making sure that that is the first conversation, not the last conversation, even if it means the potentiality of moving you away from someone that you want to move closer towards. Our standards are our grandest act of protection. And if somebody moves away in the space of you articulating your standard, that is protection. It's not rejection. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. We're also at 42.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there. DJ. Oh, I haven't read that one. Blessings, Logan, to you as well. Hannah, thank you for the follow. Nix, just reading over your comments now. Recently divorced and talking to someone that is extremely different from my ex. This all resonates a lot. You're so welcome, dear. I hope it helps. I keep on saying, here's the thing about it. The first conversation, not the last conversation. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. Nice and short today. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. I'm happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I've got you, Per. Before we continue, also just a reminder, if you are a super fan who is looking, if you are interested in joining the superfan only disco, send me a direct message with the disco GIF, and I will send you a link to the disco. If you would like to have a discount code sent to you on our classes, message me the word class. And if you would like to find out more about our trip, message me the word trip. All right, I've got you, Per. One moment. All right, bear with me a moment, please. Let's see. Dreams. Excellent. All right, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal intuition cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? Outside tea. And I'm going to pin up Per here. In a minute, make sure to give Per some love. All right. My dream consisted of three, oh, is this, okay, outside tea, yeah. My dream consisted of 3 parts. The exact events of the first and last part, I forgot. The second scene is burned into my memory and I can't get the image out of my head. So maybe you can read on that. First, I was on a quest or mission of exploring a large building. It looked like a convention center. I might have done the exploration together with masculine energy. All I remember that it was a very interesting mission. 2, I watched myself dance from a distance. It was an amazing sight. Together with 2 masculine energies, I performed a dance at a green meadow under the sun while sparkling particles drifted around us like in a fairy tale. I stood in the middle with the masculine energy on each side of me. We held hands and performed a beautiful flowing dance in which I stepped forward or backward while the masculine energy moved in the opposite direction. It looked like a wave motion. 3, I found myself in an outdoor camp. I believe there were children present as well for lessons. Excellent. All right. All right, we're going to continue now. I am going to read for the dream. Can I please have 3 cards, 4 cards, please, for Per in relationality to the dream? Thank you. And 2 more, please. All right. So the dream is effectively, what we're seeing is effectively 3 different ways to identify the work that you're doing to currently heal within the self. And it does also speak towards karma in relationality to the experience of the past versus the experience of the present. Now, in the first part, we see the fact that you talked about the fact that you said that you were on a quest or a mission to explore a large building. And you said you might have done the exploration together. And I need to stress this. You said I might have done the exploration together. Now, the most important aspect of this dream is the fact that you said might. This is the most important part of that first dream. Because all you said is, I remember that it was an interesting mission. But the major takeaway in relationality to exploring a space is what you energetically find there. So the information that you generated was what was uncertainty in relationality to whether you are working on something with energy that was as invested in doing the work as you yourself were. Now, here's the thing about that. Every indication is the fact that you were doing all the work. Because if you were in a mission with someone, right, you would be working in collaboration and harmony with them. You would know what the mission is, right? You would know, you would be articulating it. You would be talking about it. And the fact that you left that dream space and you said that you might have been working with masculine energy. It's a little unsure. You don't really have the details. That gives you confirmation that you weren't, right? Because what type of partnership leaves you guessing as to whether you're working on the same things together? That is effectively that's the unhealed, that's where we find you in relationality to the unhealed karma that you're carrying with you into present experience. The observation, potentially feeling like that was the shape of the relationship you were in, right? I think we're doing it all, but I'm doing everything. Right? It's like, right? And the guides are effectively showing that to you, right? There were inferences, there were subtle hints, there were brief flashes of inspiration that maybe gave you indicate so the lingering suspicion that maybe masculine was on the same mission. They weren't, right? Because if they were there, you would see them. If they were there, you'd be in communication with them. You wouldn't have the hearsay. You wouldn't have to navigate the space of the hearsay of masculine being as invested in doing something as you yourself are, right? You shouldn't leave the space by which you say, I think we were on the same page. If you were on the same page, you'd be on the same page, right? You'd be doing the work together. That's what it feels like to have an energetic counterpart, right? That you'd be doing the mission together. You wouldn't be wondering if they were doing it with you, but not being able to energetically see them doing it. And this is why you said, and I keep on getting, number 2 that you articulated. You said, I watched myself dance from a distance. It was an amazing sight. That's the higher self's perception, looking at past self, right? The space by which you are going through relationships, looking for somebody, right? Looking for somebody who is as mutually invested in doing it as you were, right? You weren't doing a mission in those spaces. You were looking for a partner, right? And often, and here's the thing about it, like we can often be in relationships that feel akin to separation. And that is effectively how it feels to be in a relationship akin to separation. I'm in a relationship, but it doesn't feel like it, right? I'm in a relationship, but it doesn't feel like it. And again, the fact that you saw the higher self who saw you dancing, right? Right? You felt like you were looking for someone, but the higher self saw you dancing. Because that is you. Like, see how you, like, watch how they are now going to make a relationship exist out of thin air, right? Watch somebody doing all the work to spin a relationship where there is none, where there is no partnership. And that's why it was articulated upon the fact that you said you watched yourself dance from a distance because you were doing all of the work to make something look like a relationship in the space by which another person, like all they would have to do is step in, right? Like all they would have to do is step in because you were getting the energetic conditions right, right? Now this brings us to where you find yourself now. And you articulated upon the fact that you said, and it's interesting that you defined the fact that in the presence you spoke upon 2 masculine energies. Because you said that you perform the dance, right? Like that same thing. That is you kind of going through creating relationship, creating the conditions of a healthy relationship. But, and I like to point this out, when you describe the fact that you described that there were more than one masculine energy around you, this could often be indicative, and again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. This is indicative to the fact that you're still looking for a counterpart, but see the difference. See the difference in relationality to how you're navigating that space, right? You're not looking in places where someone's giving no indication of interest, trying to get someone to summon. You're not trying to get someone to summon the inspiration to be in a relationship with you, right? Like, where are you? Why aren't you doing the things? You've stopped doing that, right? When you stop looking, right? When you stop looking for someone to have a relationship with and instead start conducting yourself as if you are in one, what do you find there? you find those who want to share it with you. You find those who are eager to energetically join you in that space. So we see that this is potentially you working through the context of the past version of self that may have been navigating something, like looking for somebody, right? Like, I need to find a counterpart so I can dance with, right? Versus the space of you kind of coming into the space of enjoying yourself, right? Doing all the things that one would do, even regardless of whether you're in relationship or not, right? That is the sound. You dancing is the sound of you just genuinely loving your life. And when we love our lives, what do? We generate counterpart. We find a counterpart that simultaneously also says, hey, can I join you? You look like you're having fun. You look like you're having fun. Can I join you in some of that life that you've got there? Right? So that's that modality by which now we see that instead of being in that space by which you're looking in the empty convention hall, you're allowing yourself to continue to thrive. And in the space of thriving, now you have an energetic abundance point, right? You've got now you've got more energy than you know that you got your hands full. And so this is what it feels like. I keep on hearing, like, this is the difference between you kind of like moving out of what would have effectively been more of a hermit mode, right, in past relationship, into Empress energy, which is just kind of being in that space of saying, like, look, like, this is the delight by which I live, and allowing that energetic harmony to effectively bring you towards, like, those who are interested know where to energetically find you. And then you articulated the fact that you said that you found yourself in the third part of the dream. You said you found yourself in an outdoor camp. And then you described the fact that there were children present as well for lessons. And I think that there's something important about that, because you described the fact that there was that you weren't properly wearing things that allow for the space of being exposed to the elements. But it's also the understanding or the recognition of the vulnerability by which you're energetically finding yourself in relationality to kind of building into the context of the energetic life that you are proud of, right? And what do we effectively see that is navigated there? The space by which the identification point by which you identified the children present, that is your inner child, right? That is effectively your inner child that is observing here, because we've got three different counterpoints that are happening in terms of you being able to see yourself dimensionally, right? We've got the higher self that you articulated was watching you do that dance, right? You also have the fact of the inner child that is looking up to the higher version of self. So the space by which you said that you were there and then you had the child energy around you, that is the observation of kind of coming into the space of a life that you yourself would have been proud of at the time that you were energetically younger, right? So instead of kind of being like, you're effectively becoming, like, you are effectively becoming the force that would have effectively healed you, potentially. And especially, I feel like, especially the fact that you see that, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that you're working to heal from in relationality to another person, saying, you better not do that. You better not be too happy. You better not be too happy. How are you going to find a partner? How are you going to find a partner if you're so happy? How are you going to find a partner if you're bringing so much joy into your life? You're never going to find a partner like that, right? That energetic condition by which you're working to heal, like, that is almost showing you the space by which you identified how far you have to go. Because I keep on seeing that the working through the vulnerability point, right? Another person effectively articulating to you and saying, like, you better do this, you better do that. How are you going to find a partner if you don't do these things, right? This is you coming out of the space of you, like, that's like the full circle moment in the dream that is showing you how you arrived to the space by which you were looking around, right? And I need to point out, the one place that we don't see masculine energy is in the third part of the dream, right? potentially feminine, like the space by which another person potentially experiencing the modality of a feminine, potentially working through the context of something that they were healing, being like, if you do that, like nobody is ever going to want you, right? And so this is like showing you like the full arrival point in terms of how far you've come, but also building into the context of like not just the fact that you've arrived, but how deep the nature of the healing that you've been able to make in relationality to another person's misconceptions in terms of what others effectively look for. Continuing bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, judgment, right? Right, the energy that articulates, like the energy that often, like I feel like the energy that casts judgment is often in the modality by which they're not recognizing that who wouldn't want that is what I keep on getting. The counterpoint to someone being like, don't do that, is who wouldn't want that? It's like who wouldn't want that? Because if we're in, I like to point this out, if we are too joyous and someone says, you're too joyous, you're never going to find a counterpart with that much joy. Who would want a counterpart? Who would want a counterpart that wouldn't want to see you in a state of joy? That's weird. That's weird. Who wouldn't want that? Right? It's the understanding in relationality to the difference, right? Again, it's like energetically searching for something, right? Versus the space of energetically embodying what it is that you're desiring. And I feel like this is you also finding that sense of confidence in yourself. Because I keep on hearing, if you're in a state of joy and someone is like, ew, then thank goodness. That is protection. Protection. Like that is the best protection. If we're in our state of joy and another person goes boo, let them be gone. Right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also reached our 50K benchmark, so I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that number. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Nani. I was on here earlier today and never listened. Oh, thank you for coming in and tapping. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was obviously a one-woman mission, but it was hard for you to see at the time, right? And that was what's beautiful about the fact that the higher self kind of showed you their perception in you kind of dancing, like working in the context of like seeing everything you were doing, like in the space by which of trying to keep an energetic relationship alive. Boom. Thank you. Yes, it's suspicious. It's suspicious. If there's, yeah, I hear rumor that there's a counterpart here somewhere. Yes, exactly. But again, the fact that they're like, it's the abundance energy, like working from nothing to now having both of your hands full. Yeah, a goose would be more relevant animal card. That's a good point. I love that last line. Oh, that's beautiful, Minnie. Hi there, Per. Hi, King. Good to see you. How are you? It's been a minute. Oh, wonderful. This is utterly complicated. I'm really glad you can help me interpret. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you, Susie, for the heart maze. Orenda, how are you doing today? Excellent. Thank you. To get a reading, yeah, Susie, all I need you to do is just let me know the date that you are put on the list, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list. I just need the date. Excellent. I really don't care right now about finding a counterpart. Exactly. It'll come when you're ready. And that's what the dream is effectively stating. They're saying, if you just kind of move in accordance to it, they will find you. Exactly. Hi there, Orenda. If you would like a reading, all you need to do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. Oh my gosh, oh my God, that sounds delicious, Faye. I'm always watching. You are? Oh, King, that's so kind of you. Guys, make sure to give King some love. Talented reader as well. Readers supporting readers, hashtag. All right, let's continue right now. We're going to continue. The next person we're reading for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Oh, we have to do the 50K. Wait, don't give me the question yet, Minnie. We're going to do the 50K giveaway. So I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 34. First person I see that posts the number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes Bridget got it. Oh my goodness. Well done. All right, we'll do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much, and well done, Bridget. Real fast, like real fast. In the meantime, if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We'll also, please remember, we do here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, dream interpretation, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit. If you have information that is relevant to our reading, go ahead and post it in the notes when you send the donation, or post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I got you, Minnie. And Susie, I just need the date. So if you can confirm that date, I'll be happy to add you back to the list. All right, before we continue, we're going to do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm pinning up Minnie here. Guys, make sure to give Minnie some love. As I mentioned, it's a great time to get on the list right now. If you get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. Wonderful time if you don't want to wait. And we are now doing an Akashic on purpose. Ooh. Four cards, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, good Lord. Ugh. You know, the thing how do I describe this? It's very much in alignment with what we've been seeing in the card, like in the daily collective. I feel like there's, geez, you know, I feel like there's something really important in your Akashic in navigating this space of another person's malintentions, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like it's giving me like there's what do you do when someone has a lack of empathy? You know, I feel like there's like I feel like I see a lot of past life experience related to the fact that the most, like the worst thing that can ever happen, um, like to us in this life, is a lack of empathy, because it's giving me you know, the like I keep on hearing too, like I know it's a cliche, but it's like with a lot of power comes responsibility. But the ability to understand that the gift that we bring, like the gift we bring to situations, is like power that power that understands the energetic responsibility that they hold in navigating or carrying something. Like that is what that is what is beautiful, right? Because it's the observation of effectively helping another person see like how good something can be if our mind is in the right place as it relates to navigating um, circumstances and situations. And I feel like there's something I feel like there's something really I feel like there's something really important about that, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like the importance that that you're identifying, and I keep on getting this, like I keep on seeing something in your Akashic by which you having to not navigate like what I can only describe as tyrannical, like tyrannical energy. And what do I mean by what do I mean by tyrannical energy? Tyrannical energy is often the articulation of another person who decides that they know what is best for everybody, is what I keep on seeing. Never are, I keep on hearing the mess, like never are we in more danger than when somebody is energetically tyrannical in relationship. Because that's what I meant about it feeling very much very much in kin, like aligned to what we were reading today, which is often that type of energy, like that type of, like that's a hard part about it, like that's what I'm seeing. It's a space by which the energy that is often tyrannical feels like they're doing it out of compassion, failing to recognize that they're accusing everybody, right? Because when you are energetically tyrannical and you feel like you know best, then you're basically saying nobody knows better than me, right? It's like the energy it's like the energy that says everybody is beneath me, because it's the space by another person who looks at something and says I know what to do better than everybody, is what I keep on getting. And the hard part about it, and I keep on seeing there's something about it of you really understanding. I keep on hearing there's something about it of you trying to explain to another person the fact that often energy like that are distorted empaths. They're distorted empaths, right? It's a distortion of empathy. It's the empath that says like, oh, I'm doing this for the greater good. Did you ask the greater good if they wanted that? Is what I keep on getting. Like it's the energy goes, I'm doing this for the greater good. Did you ask the greater good if they want that, or is that you creating a greater good in your head to do something that makes you feel incredibly indulgent in the space by which you say that you're doing it for everyone, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's something about that in terms of you helping. And I feel like something about your empathy helps you understand. And that's what's so painful about it. It's a distorted empath, right? It's the distorted empath that sees that sees things and goes, "Oh, I know how to fix that." And being like, "That's not how you fix that." Right? The ability, I keep on hearing and I feel like this is something that you may have had to navigate in several times in your experience. The way we care about each other is by allowing the context, like the love is the shape of honoring each other's choices. And when we care about each other, we impress upon each other that those choices affect each other, right? We don't take each other's choices from one another and then say you're welcome, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like it's really hard because at the same time I see you navigating that, I feel like it's also you kind of allowing the context of working through your own sense of I feel like I would not be surprised if you've got a lot of Virgo placements, because I feel like I see some kind of modalities or experiences by which you're working to heal from trauma, and your trauma says everything must be perfect, right? But I keep on getting the way that we heal from that sense of energetic perfectitude, right, is understanding that even if they're not, everything's fine, right? Right? Even if, even in the modality, when we're doing, I keep wondering, when we're working towards betterment, there's always something that could be better. But the modality by which I feel like I see that you're I keep on hearing you're healing in some experiences right now that make you recognize what is and is not a big deal, right? And I feel like the what's hard about that is I keep on hearing it's really hard, and I keep on hearing especially like when we're when we're healing from tyrannical energy, because tyrannical energy makes a big deal out of everything. Is what I keep on hearing. Tyrannical energy makes a big deal out of everything. But the space by which I keep wondering, the space by which you're worried, and I keep wondering if you're worried, if you get worried that you're being tyrannical, like the way you can usually tell, a good tyrannical test is if you're making a big deal out of something that's not that important. I keep wondering, as long as you're not making a big deal out of something that's really not that important, you're not being energetically tyrannical. And so I feel like the ability for, but I keep on hearing, but also working in terms of understanding or helping another person understand what is important to you. I feel like I see a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that space by which I keep on hearing, helping another person understand what you're working on letting go of versus what you're working on getting better at. And I feel like that's the hard part about you kind of navigating the space of your standards right now, because I keep on hearing that the refined standards are being able to, I feel like I see you kind of trying to find that, strike that perfect chord between saying to another person and it's starting to feel like really Libra. I would be curious about your Libra placements too, because I see this with a lot of those with Libra placements. The discernment point between, I keep wondering, the discernment point between helping helping another person understand what is or is not important is the ability to I feel like it's you kind of being able to say to another person, some things are important. I keep on hearing you say to somebody, ideas are important, right? I don't know why this is there's something about this that's really big in the ideas are important, because I keep on hearing idea, and it comes back to what I said, ideas help us understand what is energetically possible is anything that we put our mind to, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like I see these modalities by which I keep on hearing How how do you heal energy? Like, how do you heal energy like that is working through the distortion of their own empathy, right? Which is like the distortion of their own empathy, like the healing you can put to somebody who distorts their own empathy to the fact that they feel that they're the only one capable of making determinations for those around them, is helping another person say, like helping another person understand that we're all energetically important, right? Like that observation is one. I keep wondering, like, that observation is one that effectively amplifies or articulates and energetically celebrates. I keep wondering, like, the celebration of diversity is in this in the space of saying we're all important in different ways, right? And so often that's what I keep on hearing, like another person, like, and this is often why you'll sometimes like this is often why you'll often like you'll sometimes and did you see how like quickly like my like it was interesting, it's like the heart chakra, like somebody will, I feel like this is you having to say to somebody who goes, I just want something to be nice, and being like, it's not about whether you wanted it to be nice. Is your niceness, like, is your niceness something about like a misaligned vision in terms of what you perceive nice to be? Because I keep on hearing, like, if you're nice does not permit for like inclusivity, then something that you're doing isn't nice, it's indulgent, is what I keep on hearing, right? And I feel like that is like, I feel like that's a conversation that you've had to have with others who, like, I keep on hearing, like, helping another person identify their own energetic blind spots in relationality to wanting something to be a certain way. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're the type of person who like potentially like points out the elephant in the room in relationality to somebody who like tries to articulate upon niceness, but being like, you know, it's nice, but there's something clearly energetically missing here, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like you almost like you almost like working through, I keep on hearing like nice is energetically inclusive. It's not exclusive, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And if you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. If you want to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. So if you've been hoping to have a reading and you haven't wanted to wait, now's a great time to secure a spot. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah. Yeah, lack of empathy. This sounds like my path work with my North Node in first house Libra. There's all that Libra energy I was talking about. Yeah, I do have it. Yeah, the perfectionist wound. And but I feel like I see you actively working to heal from it. You know? Like I'm seeing that there. And I feel like the thing about it is you have to leave, like I said, if you're healing from tyrannical energy, it's hard to let go of a perfectionist wound, right? Tyrannical energy requires perfection. Yeah, I've been the fixer in the past. Yeah, Virgo sun in my 12th house. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, in the last 6 months, I've been healing this a lot. I can see that. Retired fixer here. I like that, retired fixer. Like, I'm realizing I'm not perfect. Felt very cathartic, and it sounds simple, but it's no, I understand the huge revolution. I think it's not the fact that you aren't perfect. You don't have to be perfect, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Yeah. Libra rising, and I have Chiron North Node and Mercury in Libra. Oh yeah, that's where all the okay, thank you. That's where all that Libra energy was coming from, and it's hard, man. Libra and Virgo together, like, you know, we're not fixing others. We can't. Yeah, we're all important in different ways. I love that. Oh, excellent! Looking forward to it. All right, we're going to continue right now. Again, you're so welcome, dear. If anybody would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. In the meantime, we are going to start one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, all you need to do, is, oh, and thank you, Denise. Go ahead and hit that button at the top, become a super fan, and you'll be eligible for a one card. All right, and thank you, Denise. I will keep an eye out for that in just a moment. And while we wait, let's do these one cards. Okay. I'm a Libra rising too. I definitely have that perfectionist wound. It's hard. Yeah. Well, and again, often, like, I feel like it often comes in, like, that's the thing about it. Like, we talk a lot about, like, thank you, Denise. You know, we like the witch wound often comes through energetically condemnation. The perfectionist wound often comes from navigating tyrannical energy. Yeah. And Ella, highest good, please. One card. Whoop, that's not one. Okay. Yeah, speaking of which, like, you are not the space of another person's projections. You know? I keep on seeing, like, we take responsibility. I need to point this out. Healthy energy takes responsibility for their failings. They don't blame another person for not pushing them, is what I keep on seeing. You know? I feel like there's something about that. Like, it's saying to me, like, and I keep on seeing, like, the, like, it's saying to me, make sure if someone's having that space by which they're projecting on you, what would you have preferred? Right? And I feel like you might have to remind someone and being like, I did, like, you know what I mean? Animal spirit, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, I keep on seeing, like, I don't know why I keep on reading, like, there's nothing more wild than somebody getting into a space by which they get upset at you because you didn't force them to do something. You know? Like, I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, like, the modality of another person saying, like, we don't force each other to do things. We just desire that we want to. So again, often you can tell somebody is projecting on us when they say, like, why didn't you force me? Being like, can you hear yourself right now? Is what I keep like, I feel like that's what you have to say, like, can you please repeat that? Yeah, like, again, eagle, right? Like, when someone says something, like, when somebody says something, say, like, I feel like you have to say, can you hear yourself right now? Like, I keep on hearing when somebody says something wild to you like that, just repeat what they said. So let me be clear. You wanted me to do what? Like, what exactly? Like, I keep on hearing, don't have, like, when they try to project upon you, have them articulate what they would have preferred that you do. And if I keep on hearing, if they sound ridiculous in the statement of what they would have preferred, be like, that's ridiculous. I would never have done that, is what I keep on hearing. Yep. Bridget, hold on a minute. And guys, please pause in the one cards. We have another personal coming through. Thank you. Hold on a minute. Oh, thank you, Susie. I was waiting for you to respond. Hold on, let me check. I got you. You're on the list. Okay, I'll add you back. Yep. Thank you. Okay. And you'll be after Denise. And if anybody is interested, we've got 3 more spots before the list is closed. Please, everyone, hold on the one cards. Thank you. All right. One moment, please. You're welcome, Minnie. One card for Bridget, please. Again, we never put our autonomy in the cards, but can I get some advice for Bridget in relationality to that connection? I mean, have they apologized? I think that there's something to be said. Like, I think that there's something to be said about being able, I keep hearing you can be energetically polite about things, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Yeah, especially with the I mean, the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to this is like who who owes an apology to who? Like I feel like there's something to be stated there in I feel like I see somebody like navigating a boundary issue, which is like often like the recognition point. I keep on hearing like the recognition point in being able to articulate, like I keep wondering, it's like somebody needs to be able to articulate about how like like how something energetically escalated, or them being like, I keep on hearing like overly reactive towards you in some fashion. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like I keep on hearing like you can be like it's saying to me like you can be the mature one, which is to say, like, again, like articulating and saying to another person, like I keep on hearing like you can be polite but not energetically bend over backwards. I keep on hearing, especially if especially if they owe you an apology on something, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I keep on hearing like when we care about someone who owes us an apology, like we can be energetically civil but maintain a healthy distance, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Fig, one card on counterpart, please. Um yeah, this is it's weird. I literally see somebody who is like talking to another person about the fact that like they've like, even beyond the fact that they've moved away from something, they finally feel at energetic peace. You know, I feel like I see somebody like rebuilding their peace or protecting their peace. Yeah, especially with the Nine of Cups. Um, I don't know why. It almost feels like the type of energy someone, like it feels like somebody healing from some kind of abusive situation where another person would be upset just seeing somebody like happy. You know what I mean? Like there's something really, like there's something really heavy there. Yeah, especially with the air dragon. You know, like I keep on like I feel like I see somebody kind of working through, like I keep on hearing somebody like having a conversation with someone saying like make it make sense. Right? Like I keep on getting the same situation where someone who like articulated to everyone like how energetically over something they are, and then effectively coming back towards someone. I keep on seeing somebody being like I almost feel like I see somebody like shaking their head and being like I don't know what, like there's nothing I can do. Like it's saying to me like they're healing from a space by which it felt like there was like no false moves. You know, there was nothing they could do to effectively find the happiness for another person. You know? Highest priority for Nikki. Woo! That's a lot of cards. They all came out transverse. Um, I feel like I feel like this is you kind of helping to build some kind of pathwork of purpose into things right now. Like being very energetically clear. Like I keep on hearing like let the dream guide you is what I get, which is like working towards like what we hope for. Um, and I feel like there's something about you kind of like, I think this is interesting. Like I feel like this is you kind of like finding your passion, you know? Like I feel like this is, I see you kind of like working through something right now, and like building into, like I keep on hearing like you building into something that you feel really energetically passionate about, or learning to speak about yourself with more confidence. Yeah. You know, like I feel like this is you like, you know, giving like putting, like I feel like this is you like putting some kind of foot forward in something, in terms of something that you're like learning or something that you're wanting to learn more about, or like telling another person about the interest on it. Ivana, woo! Hold on a minute. One card on changing. I mean, it feels interesting because I do feel like there's something about potentially some kind of modification so you can travel more. I keep on hearing it's worth a conversation before a departure, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, before I keep on hearing like, before you before you move away from something, make sure you have the conversation on how you would like something to change, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you for getting on the list, Julia. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bee energy. You might be able to create the ideal environment where you are, but you're not, but you have to kind of speak towards what that ideal is what I keep on seeing. One card for pieces, please. Yeah, the King of Pentacles. I feel like this is you finding something that feels like, I feel like this is you finding stability or recognizing or identifying what makes you feel grounded and stable. Like continue to work. It's interesting. I feel like it's interesting. It feels like an angelic read. Like you've got an angelic guide around you that's trying to help you through grounding better, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like especially like a healthy guide never wants to push you so far that it creates, I keep hearing that it creates volatility in you. And I feel like it's almost like, I feel like they're trying to guide you in the space of finding compassion for yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the ram energy. I feel like this is them observing the fact that you're getting stronger in that way. And you should, I feel like again, if you're worried, if you're worried about like stability, chart your progress. You know, I feel like there's something about, I keep on hearing healthy energy wants you in a better place, is what I keep on seeing. Like the space by which another person like works through that modality of feeling energetically happy. If you're finding that stability, I keep on hearing the same message. Energy, like energy that cares about you before anything else should want to see you stable above all, right? It's like if you're happy, they should be happy. It's the sign of shared joy. Thank you so much. All right. Hold on a minute. Julia, one card, highest priority, please. And guys, please pause on the one cards. We're going to be getting started back on full readings. Okay. Yeah, we've got the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. So this is saying, I feel like there's something about you kind of going through a lot of like, this is like, I feel like this month is going to be very busy for you, but it almost feels like, I keep on getting like something about you doing something very quickly. Like apparently like energy, like energy appreciating your speed is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing like even though something has been stabilized, make sure that you're always energetically ready is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the goose, especially potentially for travel, right? I keep on seeing like make sure that you're in the modality by which you could leave. Like I keep hearing like I keep on hearing somebody say, how soon can you leave? Right? Like be in that type. I told you, like continuing to be in that modality by which you're like always ready in a moment's notice to kind of like go for it is what I keep on hearing. Yep, I got you, Susie. One card on love for creative. This is interesting. I feel like there's something about you being more expansive on the possibilities of love, but I also feel like this has a lot to do with the fact that this is like, I feel like I keep on hearing like this is you working on the ability to articulate like what your needs are to be able to arrive towards them. You know, like I feel like there's something about you kind of being able to speak more upon like what your interests are or how you feel about something. is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like it feels like a little bit of like this is you, like you finding confidence to be able to articulate upon the things that you want. And also like also articulating to another person like like what makes you feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like it's like you being able to determine to like help another person by telling them your energetic tastes. And I keep on hearing like don't not getting upset if someone doesn't understand what those tastes are, but almost like letting something be an energetic educational moment in relationality to like somebody being clumsy in the process by which they're trying to like in the process by which they're trying to like romance you is what I keep on getting, you know. One card for Avatar highest priority, please. Oh, yeah, the Chariot energy in its reversal. And I feel like there's something about this Chariot energy that I'm seeing that has a lot to do like don't give up on things right now. A lot of things can be happening under the surface. Yeah, don't be reactive upon your feelings. Make sure you're communicating about them, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the raven, you know, like I don't I keep wondering, don't make it, we're still going through a retrograde cycle. Don't make assumptions in another person's intentions. Ask reasonable questions. Minnie, one card. Whoop, come on. Thank you. I mean, I feel like there's something really significant and important in relationality to you and another person, like working on healing together. And I feel like they've effectively articulated that to you. You know, I feel like there's something about in relationality to conversations where like I feel like it's giving me some type of energy here where like another person, like I feel like there's something about you helping them find their confidence again. And I feel like they're doing the same for you as well. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 3 of Wands and its reversal. You know, I keep on getting like there's something important to identify in relationality to, like I feel like it's the space by which I keep on hearing like another person articulating upon potentially seeing things and wishing you were there to experience them is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like again with like a lot of this, like I feel like it's about like the observation of understanding and recognizing. Like I feel like you guys are both in that space by which you want to talk about the future, but you're feeling the energetic anxiety in doing so. You know what I mean? Like it's giving a lot of this like you first type of energy, you know? So that might be something that you want to articulate to them to like see like how they feel about it, or talking, like I keep on hearing like talk about the dreams that you potentially feel like you have together, you know? Yep. All right, we're going to continue right now. Hold on a moment. Thank you for the help, Nikki. Appreciate that. And Holly, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you set a boundary last night. Thank you for confirming. Hold on, just reading back. Yeah, this makes sense. Oh my goodness, what? Are you kidding? Oh, that's wild. Oh, Ella, that's wild. Thank you so much, dear. Okay. Thank you as well, Susie. Yeah. I don't know. No, it's okay, Faith. B, one card. B, it doesn't show that you've subscribed, dear. You might need to double check your subscription. Yeah, thank you for the help, Nikki. You said that many times, make it make sense. No, I keep on, like, I see somebody like working. I feel like I see somebody working through a relationship where I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, like, I feel like they're exhausted and trying to identify what another person is looking for from them, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yeah. It's like, it feels like somebody like navigating another person's distortions. You're so welcome, dear. Good vibes. I got you. One card, please. What are their feelings on communication? Rebuilding between you. Like, I feel like I see somebody, like, I see some kind of circumstance or situation. Um, like, the thing about it is, was there something about the circumstances that were a non-starter for you? You know? Like, I think I almost see, I feel like I think you made it clear. You know, like, I feel like it's almost like you said to somebody, like, not like this, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, like, it almost, it's like, I feel like you articulated to someone what it would take. And I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing, we don't make changes in our lives for each other. We do it for ourselves, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like you gave someone a lot to think about, you know? Just one card. What is happening on, ooh, in the background in connection with partner? I mean, I think that there's something important that's happening there. Like, it feels like somebody just like working on, like, trying to shore up something. But I feel like I see somebody who's really practically minded right now, you know? Like, I don't necessarily see a situation by which, like, I just feel like there's somebody like I feel like there's somebody who, like, I've got the sense of someone who likes to feel energetically secure, but, like, I feel like the space by which, like, I don't know if you guys are having an argument in terms of, like, wanting to do something and they're, like, kind of trying to hold back on it, but I keep on hearing, like, I feel like it's them. I feel like I keep on hearing them say, like, they don't know what the future holds, but it doesn't have anything to do with you, is what I keep on hearing. Like, not in the way that you should hear that, like, ominously. I feel like it's somebody kind of working through, like, the stabilization of the environment around you, is what I keep on getting. Like, animal spirit guide. Yeah, like, it's not anything related to you. I feel like there's somebody, I keep on hearing, like, I feel like I see somebody who, like, it's like the type of energy who always has, like, a backup plan, or somebody who always, like, who's very, like, I don't know if they used to do something, like, I keep on hearing, um like, I don't know if they, like, I often read somebody, like, often I read energy like this when they've got some kind of training background, but, like, the space by which they say, like, there's no surprises. You just always need to have a plan for every condition, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it's like that type of energy that I'm picking up on. Yep. And thank you as well. Okay. Hold on a moment, please. And Amani, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to correct me. That makes sense. You're welcome, Minnie. Thank you for the follow, dear. One card for Heather, please. And guys, please remember the list is, we're going to pause on one cards right now so we can get back to personals. One card for Heather, please. Everything's fine unless you hear otherwise. I feel like this is a very productive time for you right now. So just continue to, I keep wondering, like, continue to work productively. You're not going to miss anything that's for you. Even if it feels like you have, you're not going to, I keep on hearing this, you are not going to miss anything that's for you, is what I keep on hearing. Don't Don't get all stressed out about some kind of missed opportunity. You're not going to miss anything that's for you. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, eagle energy. I want you writing this down. You're not going to, you can't miss things that are for you. So I keep on hearing, don't get so hard on yourself in those modalities by which you feel like you're frustrated upon the fact that you're like, I keep on hearing, like, continue to work with a sense of determination and perseverance towards things. I can wait. Thank you so much, Esteban. Yeah, already got through. Thank you. I got you one card for Esteban. All right. Yeah, the Three of Pentacles in its reversal. Like the Three of Pentacles in its reversal speaks towards, I feel like it's almost like I feel like you've got all of these ideas, you know? And I think that that's what's hard. Like, I feel like it's a space by which you, like, an idea needs a place that is eager for them. Because the difference between an energy that says, that sounds amazing, let's do it, versus somebody saying, like, that sounds like a lot of work, is the difference between exceptional vibes, right? Like energy that's just trying to do the bare minimum versus energy that's really kind of striving towards excellence. This is going to be your conversation you're having. Yeah, effectively. Like I keep on hearing, you're on the hunt for exceptional vibes, which is not just the energy of feeling something that's good enough, but effectively articulating and defining like how good you can make it is what I keep on seeing, you know? No, you have nothing to apologize for, dear. Yep, absolutely. Animal spirit for good, please. It's giving me the wolf energy. You cannot, your other people's opinions of you is not your responsibility unless there's fact behind it. Right? Like if they've got a point. I mean, if they've got a point, that's one thing. But people are going to think the things that they're going to think. The way that we effectively fortify that is the space by which we understand and refine upon something in a way that helps us define what we're doing better, you know? Like I feel like it's like I keep wondering, don't let another person's opinion affect you unless it feels like it's articulate leaning against a fact. Yep. All right. Absolutely. I know that eagle coming out a lot for you right now. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Denise. Denise, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You're so welcome, dear. Ooh, we're doing Akashic. Okay. All right. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscle with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stag. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to pin up Denise here. Mm-hmm. Yep, okay. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there's something really important in your Akashic that's related to it's related to like trusting others. Like I keep on hearing like trusting others' judgment. And the thing about it is, and I keep on, it's interesting too, because there's actually a lot of argumentation that I'm seeing there in the space by which um, I feel like there's a profound amount of protectiveness in terms of the ability of allowing others to speak. Or I keep on hearing allowing someone to finish their sentence. Because I've got some kind of like I've got something here that says like if somebody starts to articulate something and you get into the space in which you get angry, right? Like the ability of understanding that when somebody is trying to drive home a point, they sometimes say the energetic opposite of what it is that they're articulating upon is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on getting, I feel like there's something really energetically impactful that's there that has to do with the fact that you allow others to finish. Like you allow others to finish. Because if you don't finish, how do you know? I keep on saying, if you don't finish, how do you know? Like, how do you know if something, I keep wondering, if you don't finish, how do you know the difference between, um, like, I keep on getting uh, a lecture and an example, is what I keep on getting. Like there's something really important about that's there, because I keep on seeing that and it's talking about curvature, which is often the modality, like the space by which you work towards something and you understand that, like the I keep on hearing like you being able to articulate to another person like the breadth of something, which is like, and I keep on hearing like you're a protector of breath, because the protecting of breath is the understand, and it's not breath, it's breath with a DTH, right? Breath and breath. But like the thing I keep on hearing is breath is connected to breath, because when we allow this space by which we can finish our energetic statements, we're able to see, like we're able to see the full understanding of what of the shape of another, like of an experience, is what I keep on seeing. And I wouldn't be surprised if you often have those modalities by which you get really, really, really incited or angry when you see others taking things out of context, right? Like never are we further astray than when we take things out of context. Because when we take things out of context, we are serving the energetic self. And we hold them and we say, see, that's what you said. And being like, it's not enough to state what one says. You have to state what one meant by what they said, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like I don't know if you do something that is very like working upon legality, but I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing like I often see this type of work with someone that is very civic minded, or someone that works a lot in the space of judgment, because it's the understanding that it's not enough just to take somebody, like it's not enough just to kind of take somebody in the statement by which they articulate something, but also to understand the full context by which you effectively found something. Because it's easy, I keep on hearing like there's something about you working through some kind of karmic path work. It's easy to pull something out of context and then to try to say this to another person, like, But I keep wondering, but that's what you said. But being like that wasn't the full part of the sentence. You took like, it's like it's like somebody saying it's somebody saying like it's like when somebody says it's like an example of something I would give in the space by which somebody says like I hate everything that isn't love, and another person being like, did you hear them? I heard they said that they hate everything. Right? It's that kind of modality. It's like it's the space. It's like the space by which another person just like cherry picks something, right? Like it's the space by which another person just cherry picks something for like their own their own ability, but refusing to kind of see like the full modality or the experience by which they're effectively working upon something. So like I feel like there's something really I think that there's something really, I think there's really something beautiful about that because I can almost see the fact that, like, what I'm identifying in your own Akashic is an ability of being able to say to another person, you have to understand nuance, right? Like when somebody is being overly deliberate, and I keep on getting this, when somebody's being overly deliberate, they will see validation for anything they're being deliberative upon in anything. But I keep on hearing, that's why I keep on hearing like something about you being the protector of breath, because the ability to say like you can't just take something and hold on to it because it makes you feel good and taking it out of context because there's nothing worse is what I keep on hearing. That's not breath, that's gasping for air. Right? That's a gasp. And the gasp would be the modality by which another person takes something out of context and says, oh, I don't have anything else to hold on to, but they did say this once, and I'm just going to hold on to that and utilize that as like to stabilize a bunch of stuff that isn't energetically true because it moves something forward the way that I aspire it to. So I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy there, like that type of work or being able to articulate and identify that. I keep on seeing like I feel like you're very much in the context of acting as energetic protector because I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I also see the fact that you're potentially very, very like, I feel like it's hard because I don't think that you've come into this with I feel like it's hard because I feel like it's almost like the understanding that you recognize that not everyone always has the best intentions, you know? And that's painful. Like that's a painful burden to carry. And it's really painful. And I keep on seeing it's really painful to be able to see that. But again, I keep on hearing it's also an energetic gift that you have because I keep on seeing that there's something about your own ability of navigating another's intentions, which is I feel like I would not be surprised if there aren't situations by which you've said, I can hear you saying to someone, I gave them the opportunity to reprove themselves. And it's interesting that I keep on hearing the opportunity, the way you said that the ability that I've never heard it stated like that, but I can see why you would say that. I gave them the ability to reprove. I need to look up that word. It's a lost word. To reprove themselves. Because I keep on hearing like it's not recluse, it's the opposite of recluse. Recluse would be to go away. So giving someone the opportunity to reprove themselves is the opportunity by which another person, like I feel like it's almost like those modalities by which you recognize that everybody deserves. I keep wondering, and this is what I sometimes see with a caveat in terms of things. Everybody makes mistakes. And the way that we can articulate between the difference between a mistake and an intention is in the modality by which another person can reprove themselves, which is the space by which we say we always allow the context by which another person has an ability to effectively do something in a better fashion. So I feel like I would not be surprised. I keep on hearing when somebody is not in your life, I can see why they're not in their life because it's not the fact that you didn't give them the opportunity to reprove themselves, But it's like in the moment that they have failed to reprove themselves, you recluse them yourself from them, is what I keep on getting. Animals, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like confirmation, like confirmation with that devil card at the bottom of the deck. It hurts to see it, you know? And I feel like often, like I would not be surprised if you're often in that modality by which you're seeing something that potentially breaks your heart. Because I keep on seeing like the hardest thing, like the hardest thing to kind of navigate is the difference. Like I keep on hearing like none of us, like we all have things that we're working on. And it's easy, like it's painful when you see energy that is in the space. There's nothing worse in this world than giving up care of everything. And when somebody has lost care, right, it's often the observation by which I feel like those are those modalities by which I feel like I almost see you kind of articulating to another, like the difference. Like I feel like you like I keep on hearing like you trying to articulate to another that when we can hold people at a distance but have empathy for them. And sometimes we have to love people at a distance because when energy is in the space by which they've given up care for themselves or care for the world around them, their love doesn't feel like love, right? It's the space by which, like that, I keep on hearing like you kind of having to articulate experiences by which you've recognized or you've had to navigate, like you've had to navigate like the modality of someone potentially like wanting something so much that they really don't have any other care or necessity upon, and I keep on hearing like upon the fact that they're only driven by their desire but without any introspection as to what the energetic desire is potentially like why, like the way we can navigate our desire is articulating upon why we feel these things or what it is that it means to us rather than just allowing the desire for things to fuel and drive us, because the desire for things just for the sake of just for the sake of the fact that we find ourselves lacking. Like I keep on hearing you effectively discuss, like helping another person understand the difference between the healthy desire that is articulated and amplified in the space of passion versus the desire that often speaks to a lack of an appreciation for the self that can sometimes become energetically all consuming. That, thank you so much, Denise, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. It was close, Nikki. You always seem desirably big when you read for. No, it's okay, but it's heavy. It's a heavy record, you know. But it's not. It's a good one, you know. Yeah, the list is. Yeah, no, the list isn't closed, Ivana. I've got you on it. All right. And thank you so much, Bull, for the heart knees, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart knees if you'd like animal spirit guide cards on top of your 1 card. And thank you again, Denise. The next person we're reading for today is Susie. And just a reminder, we've got 1 more spot available today before the list will be closed. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, for anybody interested, it is 3 cards. Oh yeah, absolutely, Nikki. Excuse me. The list is now closed. All right, Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. All right, and hold on a minute. Hi there. Oh, hold on a minute. These guys have been like everybody right now. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Got you, Susie. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. And again, the list is now closed, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Susie here. Make sure to give Susie some love. Oh, dear. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. I hope you're okay. I'm sure you are, Nikki. Well, first things first, I'm glad that you're okay. Can I please get, 3 cards, please? Hold on a minute. 4 cards for Susie. Oh, these cards are stuck together, so these are yours. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Did this happen in the midst of you doing something that you do? Is what I keep on seeing. It's okay. I mean, it's okay, you know. I feel like there's something to articulate to someone about like you know, I feel like it's almost you having to say to another person, like navigating what you feel energetically comfortable doing is what I keep on seeing. You know, because I am getting some kind of like I feel like there is something in relationality to this that says that like there's something really important about being able to like talk to another person about baby steps is what I keep on hearing. And I would not be quick. Listen, I would not be quick right now because I can see this. I would not be quick in relationality to potentially changing a profession here because I do feel like there's something, the one thing I need to articulate right now is this in no way, shape, or form should ever be a medical reading, and nothing I provide here is medically based. But I'm saying energetically, recognizing the fact that you are in, like I keep on hearing, like you're in some kind of cocoon energy, right? And I keep on seeing like you working through cocoon energy is having to say to another person, I need, I need to effectively rest to make sure that you're at full strength. The one thing that you want to avoid doing, I keep on hearing like the one thing you want to avoid doing is putting too much, oh, you got another card here. Yeah, like as it was saying that, Like the one thing that you want to avoid doing is potentially like rushing back towards something, because I know, and it's interesting too, like there's I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, even in the space by which you're energetically like ready, you should still rest, is what I keep on getting. So make sure you're saying, like, make sure that you're talking to another person about like how you're energetically feeling. And I keep on seeing easing back into something is what I keep on getting here. And I keep on getting, if there's like the space by which, and I feel like the hard thing that could potentially result right now is if somebody is not being sympathetic, is what I keep on seeing. If there is a situation by which I keep on hearing, if there is a situation by which this is occurring and someone is not being sympathetic, then by all means pay attention, right? Because I keep on seeing the prioritization point that should be occurring right now in any experience is energy that is prioritizing you being able to come back towards, like, you being able to prioritize like your energy, like you being able to be at your best. Like that is the energy that should effectively be navigating that and saying, what do you need, right? Like having the conversations in terms of how they can effectively work with you and care about you in the best way. But if there's something here where you've articulated this and another person is articulating to you and saying like, well, like I keep on hearing like somebody being annoyed and being like, how much time is it going to take? You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing, let the tonality, allow the tonality to set the direction. Everything, I keep hearing, everything you need to know about the direction that you need to go is based upon the tonality in relationality to someone that effectively amplifies and articulates and prioritizes your care versus somebody who sees you in that modality of needing care. And I keep on hearing like expresses some kind of feeling of energetic frustration about the situation instead of articulating upon, like instead of coming into the space of being able to amplify and articulate what you need. I keep on hearing, let the tone set the direction. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, eight of pentacles, right there. I feel like I feel like there's something, and the one thing I keep on seeing that you don't want to do right now is making any hasty decisions, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, don't, if it's a good idea, I keep wondering, if it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in a week, right? So if you're feeling, I keep wondering if you're feeling that energetic sudden inclination, it's not the fact, I keep wondering, it's not the fact that it isn't something that you should effectively leap towards, but I keep on seeing a healthy, like, it's interesting because I keep on getting the fact that you kind of have to navigate it a bit like eclipse energy, which is to say that often, like, I feel like the reason I keep on determining the fact that you like got some like eclipse energy is the fact that, like, you know, when we feel really annoyed about something, we just want to make a decision, because I keep on hearing you're extra sensitive right now, is what I keep on getting. Like you have to navigate it like you're in eclipse energy, which is something that is small, feels like it's really bothering you because, like I said, when you're in a cocoon space, then everything feels like eclipse energy. It just feels like everything that's piling on what already feels like it's aggravated. So I keep on seeing, put a pin in it, is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing, I feel like you need to write this down. If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea on the other side of your healing journey. Right? If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea on the other side of your healing journey. So don't let I keep wondering, don't let this be like the straw that like breaks something. Let it be the straw that informs you. I keep wondering, let the straw point you in the direction by which you need to go, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Either the energy that articulates upon the care that you should give, that says that you should remain, or if someone's like not being, I keep wondering if someone's being like lack of empathy, then I keep on hearing like that could be something that helps you chart the course, but does not require you to activate on it immediately, is what I keep on seeing. Give your time, give yourself, I keep on hearing like, and there's a strong 8 energy on it. So that's saying like, give yourself at least 8 weeks to heal, to make sure that I keep on hearing, to make sure that you truly feel that, as opposed to the fact that I keep on getting that, like, I keep on hearing these messages about you going through, like a lot of this, a lot of this corona, and like a lot of the energy that I'm seeing here is like the work that's happening right now in your crown state is like potentially like sometimes making it hard to effectively perceive the energetic direction. So I keep on hearing like, let this be something that informs you, like what that direction is, but give it a moment before you activate upon it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. Amy, I saw that you got on the list. The list is unfortunately closed today, but I'll happy to add you first thing to tomorrow's list. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi, dear. I was going to say, and thank you for sharing the live, Dad. I always appreciate when you guys share the live. Longer than I expected recovery. No, I was definitely picking up on that. That was coming through. But that's what I see, like you being able to articulate. I keep on hearing a reintegration plan is what I keep on seeing. Like talking to somebody about what it would feasibly look like in order to energetically reintegrate is what I keep on getting. Okay. Got it. It's me that's frustrated with myself. Yes, I want to make a decision. So that's what I said. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, are you sure, Nikki? Oh, thank you, dear. I really appreciate that. Well, again, Avatar, Nikki's offering your spot today if you'd like to take that. And I'll definitely be giving you an additional card, Nikki. Thank you guys for supporting each other. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person I am reading for today is, we are reading for Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. Okay. All right. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know where I can find that, dear. And again, if you could just hold on a moment, I'll be right back. All right. Let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for, got a dream. Thank you so much. And let me just pull it up here. Okay. I am looking right now. I've got it. Okay, perfect. And just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Also, if you are interested in receiving a 1-card reading today, you can become a superfan and will be eligible for a 1 card. If you are a superfan who would like access to our superfan only disco channel, just message me a disco icon. I'll be happy to send you the invite. And if you are interested in a donation, if you are interested in a discount to our class program, message me the word class. And if you are interested in learning more about our trip, message me the word trip. All right, we're doing a dream right now for Julia. Let me just pin, before we continue, let's do an animal intuition test. Excellent, I've got it here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And let me just see here. I'm going to pin up. Hold on a minute. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Pin. All right, I replied to the thread from yesterday. This was the second guide dream I had that night. Okay, is this inside T or outside T? Because I think yesterday was inside T, so I just need confirmation before we continue. Outside, perfect. Okay, great. Outside T, all right. The dream started out at a conference center, some kind of business conference. Everyone was dressed in suits. I was there with my ex. Like he was in attendance and I was there as a +1 kind of thing. I was also dressed in a pantsuit as well. The lecture was beginning and I was speaking to my ex about a deep observation as I usually do. He was focused forward on the presentation. He said to me, "Can't you just be quiet and be like everyone else?" I looked at him with the ick and said, "I'm out of here." I was walking through the hotel where the conference was occurring and was looking for somewhere just to be myself. I ended up going up and down the stairs and ended up at the wing right outside of where the presentation was occurring after going through many flights of stairs and elevators. I arrived at this corridor and the lead guitarist of a band was there. At first, I was like, wait a minute, who is this guy? And he was like, come on. It's Journey. He was a bit offended. Then he was telling everyone how his band came to be. And then I was talking to him, and everything I was saying, everyone in passing was saying I was a PR nightmare. I even had my gum fly out of my mouth at some point, and they all were saying it was a PR nightmare. At first, I was a bit embarrassed, but that didn't stop me from being real. I said, well, at least I'm authentic and real. And when I said that, their entire demeanor switched like a light bulb went off. It was almost like he was waiting for me to say and acknowledge I was real and human. And he was like, exactly. Like he was relieved that I wasn't ashamed of being myself. I was just admitting I was real after he put me through trial after trial of being a PR nightmare. I could feel the dream was about to be a nightmare if I absorbed all of the projections of being a nightmare as true for me. Me admitting I was just being myself switched the energy of the dream entirely. His focus and the crowd's focus switched entirely onto me, like I was a glowing light. Then he was talking a bit about God, and I was like, yes, spiritually now that is a conversation I can speak deeply upon. Then he got excited and asked me if I ever sang, and I said, yeah, I have, up until I went back into foster care. He was intrigued and asked me to share a bit about my experience growing up in foster care, and I gave him a high level of my experience or journey. While we were having that conversation, he was behind a table waiting for his favorite sports team players to come through the room where we were in and sign their name so that he could get their signature. But he was mostly focused on me and like our conversation while they filed through and signed their signatures. They kept their heads down, and some players sang hi to him here and there. Almost like out of respect, I didn't say too much. Then I was about to do energy healing on him, and I woke up. Upon waking, I was reminded that him being in my presence was healing. Can I please get 4 cards? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yep. Okay. This feels relevant. We're going to keep that there. So we can tell that this is a guide dream because a guide dream never tells us what to think. It tells us what we should take into consideration in relationality to how we're thinking about it. And we start this dream. You identified the fact that you were at a conference center, some kind of business conference. And you said everyone was dressed in suits. You were there with your boyfriend. Like they were in attendance, but it was like a +1 kind of thing. And you were dressed in a pantsuit as well. The lecture was beginning, and you said you were speaking to your ex about a deep observation, as I usually do. But they were focusing on the presentation. And this is the most important thing that we recognize in the space of this. And there's a koan here. So there's something that we have to pay attention to. Because the question is not coming through the X or the karmic. It's the question is coming through from the guides. Right? And what does the guide say to you? Can't you just be quiet and be like everyone else? And you said you looked at him with the ick and you said, I'm out of here. Now the observation upon the space. Now the question that we're going to face here, right? There are 2 different, these are not congruous statements. These are not congruous statements, right? Can't you just be quiet is one statement. And be like everyone else, right, is the observation that you were in a room that was prioritizing quietude. Now, this is important because we recognize that it is a conference and a presentation space. So that is the question by which we're energetically departing from that circumstance or situation. And I want you to hold on to that question because that is the question that the rest of the dream is going to be navigating. And the space by which you said, I'm out of here. And this is why we see the difficulty or the hurdle. You had no idea what that conference was about, right? You had no idea what the conference was about. You recognized that everyone was there for the conference. But the important thing is you weren't there for the conference. You were there to support someone who was going to the conference. Because that's even the space by which you said you felt out of place. You even had to mention the fact that you said you were dressed in a pantsuit, which is the fact that you articulated it. I'm going to make the assumption that that's not typically something that you would don. It's not something that you would typically wear. Okay? So this is potentially you recognizing that the difficult point in that was the fact that someone potentially brought you somewhere, right? Knowing that you weren't energetically invested in it. And then potentially you even doing the work to dress the part in terms of trying to be in the modality of navigating something. But the space by which they didn't want to speak to you felt like the energetic violation because it's the observation of someone that was potentially not taking consideration on the fact that the only reason that you were there was to potentially be, right? You weren't necessarily energetically invested upon it, but the space by which you were energetically supporting them. So the observation that we're seeing here is the guides are now taking that and articulating and saying, let's understand now. Let's understand now the position as to whether the energetic issue is something that you need to work upon doing better, or is it something that is outside of the self? You then said that you started walking through the conference hall and you were looking for somewhere to just be the self. So we see that this is talking about a relationship, right? The conference is effectively an allegory for the relationship that you used to be in with another person. And I would not be surprised if there were experiences or situations by which they would take you places, and they would then effectively act like they were mortified by you. Because that would be the difference between the space by which they're saying, why can't you just be like everyone else? Failing to recognize that the things that effectively drew you to them were the things that made you energetically exceptional. Then what happens as you're moving through, like you're moving through the modality of looking for a place that you can just be yourself? You find the lead singer of a band, but like not just the lead singer of the band, the identification point. It's another guide, but the fact, and it's important that we articulate that the guide itself is journey, because it's talking about those we find on the journey. It's the reason I brought up the name of the band, is because it's allegorical for what you are energetically doing in the dream space. It's a guide coming towards you, talking to you about your journey. And what do we find in the modality of that journey? You said, right? You said, wait a minute, you recognized who they were. And what were they doing? What were they doing? They were telling you about how their band came to be. And then you said you were talking to him. And everyone you said, and that everything, and you were saying that everyone you were passing kept on telling you that you were a nightmare, right? Now, the important thing that you have to recognize in relationality to this is when they were articulating to you upon how the band came to be, right? You identified the fact that you were energetically listening, right? We hear the things, we identify and articulate that often the modality of understanding, this is you finding your thing, right? So it's understanding that you're perfectly capable, like the space by which you said, can't you just be quiet like everyone else? This is validation that you energetically can be, right? You can energetically be very quiet when you're very, very invested in learning about something that you hold an energetic captivation point on. And we can see that, and it's being given to you by a guide that is putting themselves, it's a guide that is putting themselves in the modality of one of your favorite things. Because what happens? They start talking, and what are you doing? You're wrapped. You can't get enough of it, right? Like it's not the issue that you can't be quiet. But it's the guide that's effectively showing you, like, yeah, like it's effectively saying that it's almost like the guide saying, like, yeah, you know what? If you're in a modality of something that you're not energetically interested in, you might appear an energetic nightmare to others because it's not something that captivates your interest, but it's not the space you can be quiet, right? It's like, it's the space by which your ability to effectively identify what effectively captivates or captures your own energetic interest, right? So again, a healthy guide dream shows us something, right? Shows us something that we could potentially get better to work upon, while also helping us clear something about ourselves that is an energetic falsehood. So we see here that this is a cleansing dream. It's not clearing you entirely, right? It's showing you something. It's showing you something that you can be attentive to, right? But also showing you the problem that you do not have an issue actively listening because you're having a conversation with someone. And you said at first you were a bit embarrassed, but it didn't stop you from being real. And then you said, at least I'm real. And you said that in the space by which their entire demeanor changed, right? Waiting for you to acknowledge that, that's what it meant. The space by which you are able to do all the things that another person said you couldn't do, but also understanding it's because you are finding someone by which you could be real through, right? This is what we talk about with alignment. Unfortunately, we can't do that unless we feel the space by which we're able to be our authentic self. Sometimes we have to be able to modify that, right? Like we calibrate for what we read the room, as it were. And sometimes we recognize when the room isn't for us, right? Like that is the modality by which we kind of move through those experiences. It requires that it's not about being one way or another. It's being able to recognize the proportionality. And then you said, right, the space by which you said that they were relieved, and you said you admitted that they put like that space by which you were experiencing, right? And I keep on hearing there wasn't the observation of you being a nightmare. But if you're in a room by which others are mortified by you, right, you're going to appear as a nightmare to them. But also the ability to effectively calibrate, like that is the space by which, again, I keep on seeing like you kind of finding that midpoint in relationality to having a conversation with someone. And again, what are you doing? What are you doing in that conversation? You're trying to acknowledge and recognize if there's something there that you could be doing better, which is why you're speaking to them about it. And even in the space by which you said that, like the space that they energetically lit up, right? And they articulated and they validated something to you. It was the observation, right? The observation of you looking at something to articulate and amplify if there was something that you were doing better, right? Something that you could be doing better, but also finding the confidence in yourself that they said, right? You said you absorbed a lot of those projections. And you said that as soon as you admitted that, you switched off the energy of the dream entirely. Now, you said again that their focus was on the crowds and switched entirely onto you in that moment. But then they said they were talking a bit about God. And you were like, yes, spiritually now, that is a conversation. Now, and I need to point this out. You said again, spiritually now, that is a conversation I can speak deeply upon. And again, it's important that you utilize the term now in the space by which you're articulating and amplifying that. Because you said that they got excited and they asked if you ever sang a song and you said you did. And then you said up until, right? And so the ability, you have to understand, it's not the fact that we can't mitigate for the space by which we're energetically wrong, right? But when we're navigating our wrongness in proportionality, when we find confidence in ourselves, we calibrate what is wrong, like what it is that we actually need to work upon versus what others see as wrongness with outside of the self. So this is you effectively navigating that proportionality. And I keep on hearing like your ability of effectively like, and I want to point this out, the space by which you articulated upon the fact that they asked you questions and you are energetically responding to them, right? It's like I keep on seeing that they're giving those identification points of basically saying, do you remember what it felt like before another person made you feel like you doubted yourself, right? So this is giving you that proportionality of remembering, right? So we also see the fact that it's a guide dream because they're trying to remind you of a time by which you felt like when you felt that free, right? So they're bringing you immediately to inner child healing, and then they're showing you the place by which the wound was created, right? They're like, can you remember, like, oh, have you ever sang? Do you remember the time that you stopped singing, right? What was the first message, right? This is the guide. What was the first message? Can't you just be quiet and be like everyone else? What is the guide saying to you? How long have they been saying that to you, right? How long have they been singing that song to you? That then brings you to the fact that you said that at that moment, some of their favorite people came up and they were getting their signatures and they kept their heads down. And some of the players were saying hi to them here and there. But again, it's the understanding of the fact that everybody has someone that we energetically look up to. And I like the fact that even the guides show the fact that even in the space by which somebody came toward the guide, they themselves were deferential, right? And so it's a conversation upon deference, because I keep on seeing we conduct deference in the proportionality of how we're effectively experiencing something. So you saw in even that modality, when the deference point came, right, they didn't ignore you completely. They didn't turn their attention away from you, but they were energetically respectful because there was something that they were hoping to do. And what did you do in those experiences? Right? You said, almost like out of respect, didn't say too much. Right? So they're showing you, this is how clever the guide is. They're showing you the proportionality between giving deference to things, and you yourself were also doing it in seeing the fact that they were deferential to something, but not giving over deference in the space by which you feel like you have to erase the self. You then said, I was about to do an energy healing on them and they woke up. But the funny part is they were doing an energetic healing on you. They were doing the energetic healing on you by showing you the examples and the different situations between the levels of relationality and what it means to energetically defer to things. And deference is the space by which, again, we recognize, right? Like we recognize the fact that we're providing deference to something, but we don't overly do it and we don't underdo it. So I feel like the guide was trying to say to you internally, as long as you are attentive to the fact that you're deferential to what other people care about, then it's not the space by which you don't know how to be quiet. Because if you can be deferential, if you know in the moment or the modality by which they're doing something that's energetically important and you didn't try to interrupt, you stepped back, then the guide's saying you are very capable of doing that. I just saw you do it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. It's a very clever dream, right? Because I like to point out the thing with a guide dream is a guide dream never says that we're perfect, right? We're not perfect. We've all got things that we're working on. It's helping us understand and pinpoint what it is that we're working towards, right? And so that ability of navigating the deference by which we give to things, it doesn't require the over calibration nor the under. So I feel like a lot of the work that we see is helping you heal from karmic situations that said that you completely lack deference, right? Somebody who's not taking proportionality is saying that you're a nightmare. If you're giving deference to things, you're not a nightmare. A nightmare situation would be someone who is so like is like, you know, again, like not having the observation of what is effectively navigating it. But if you have the ability to have deference, right, then the question you need to ask yourself in those situations is like the modality or the experience by which we articulate upon the proportionality between how we navigate our own sense of deference versus another person's energetic projections, their own insecurities that they potentially try to project upon us. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. The next person on the list for today, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Rude. It was a very detailed dream, just like the one from yesterday. I like this guy, whoever they are. The guy, tough love, exactly. How can someone be like everybody else? We're all individuals. Why your guy gotta be so? But this is why. It's like, it's not the energy being rude. It's the energy showing the different levels of deference, even in the conversation they were having to you in the dream space. I would wear a pantsuit at child welfare conferences. So again, getting to the inner child healing in terms of how long have you been hearing that, finding the origin of the wound, sending you support on that journey, dear. Yes, it felt relieving to be around them after I acknowledged I was just human. That part, I remember what you felt like before you doubted yourself. Thank you as well, Per. They were clever. Yes, my ex would often say I was disrespectful or inconsiderate all while I was just honoring the self. And I keep wondering, it's okay. We can hit the proportionality where we can honor the self, but we can also honor others. So that's what effectively the guides are showing you. They're saying, as long as the work that you're honoring the self is something that is energetically proportional to those around you, as long as you find the ability to defer to things, it's not the space by which another person is like working through their own insecurity through us. But it's hard, is what I keep on saying. Only you, I keep wondering, only you can provide that energetic barometer. Continuing to get clear, the next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Also, we are doing one-card readings for super fans. If you'd like a one-card reading, You can just, your super fan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. If you would like to be added to our subscriber only disco channel, just send me a disco gift. I'll be happy to add you to it. And if you would like information on the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. And if you would like to get information, a discount code on our class program, just message me the word class. Oh, thank you so much, Julia. Happy to help, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to read for you on that dream. Okay. Ooh, I'm an Akashic right now. Hold on a moment. And before we continue, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Card does not want to stay in the deck today. All right. Let's continue right now. All right. Okay. For those who are asking for 1 cards, we're still doing personal readings, friends. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. Ava, one moment. Hold on. And we are doing an Akashic right now for Ivana. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. You know, it's you know, it's really hard because, like, one of the things I keep on seeing in relationality to like, everything I keep on seeing in relationality to this right now is speaking towards and you know, and it's interesting too, because it's not the space by which you articulated the fact that you made the intentional choice. I think we've spoken about this before, but effectively making the intentional choice of coming into an experience with an energetic limitation point to be able to improve upon it is what I keep on seeing. I literally see a situation by which I feel like I see you. Like, I keep on, whenever I read for you, I keep on getting the fact that you're operating without a dimension. And I keep on getting the space of someone being like, what is that? That must be so wild. Like, I see you like talking to someone being like, that must be so wild and weird. Like, can you imagine what that must be like? Is what I keep on seeing. It's interesting because I see a past life where you were talking about like something in a space by which another person was like, can you imagine what that would be? Like, I can't imagine it. You know what I mean? Like, I see something here by which like I feel like it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing you almost say to someone, I can't wait to remember that experience. I can't wait to remember that experience. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean in relationality to somebody navigating in a space of dimensionality, because they're having the conversation where they're saying, I can't wait to have that experience in the space by which they were already energetically in the space by which they were being able to prepare for it to a certain extent, is what I keep on seeing. There's like a lot of that observation that I feel like I see you kind of navigating. And I keep on getting that, like, the difficulty of navigating, like the difficulty of working through something. I keep on hearing, I would not be surprised if a lot of your like if a lot of the work that you do often feels like you're energetically recalling upon things. So kind of moving towards the familiar, because I do feel like there's something really important or integral in relationality to you being able to navigate through your own pathwork of intuition. Because I just keep on seeing that, um, like, like there's something in relationality to you coming here specifically to energetically strengthen something, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing like a lot of that sense of strengthening. I keep on hearing the hard part about it is the fact, and I keep on hearing you having a conversation with someone saying, no, you can do it, but you have to really work to do it, is what I keep on saying. Like it's almost like somebody articulating upon the fact of being like, well, some of them can do it, but it takes a lot of work. Like, it takes, like, excuse me. I keep on hearing somebody like talking about something in a way of being like, yeah, like it allows the context by which you can energetically improve upon something because it's something that you work towards. And I keep on seeing, I feel like I keep on getting the modality by which you effectively teach something. And I keep on seeing that there is something about that modality or that ability to be able to kind of work towards learning how to do something that is potentially helping in the context. And there's a really particular download on this that I'm going to hold for I'm going to hold for our private reading. Yep. Yeah, and so it's saying to me like there's something that I'm identifying there, that somebody like being able to kind of work in the observation of being able to identify and articulate upon experiencing an energetic hurdle, but then at the same time as experiencing it, being able to effectively identify and articulate what it means, like how one effectively navigates through that. Um, it's almost saying to me like the observation, like the energetic observation, and I think that this is really important. Like there's like I want to say like I feel like there's something in relationality to there being an active conversation right now between you and the higher self, but even in the modality by which you're feeling the energetic frustration upon the fact that you feel like it's out of your reach or it's out of your breath or something that feels like it's something that you're having an energetic difficulty point on, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like they're like the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to this is like what I'm effectively like the when I talk about like the difference between energetically recollecting something versus tapping in for you, I feel like the way you're going to be able to recognize that is you're moving towards something that feels energetically familiar, right? Like I feel like I keep on getting your like your um your confirmation on something is the space by which you say, oh, oh, well, now that I energetically remember it, like, oh yeah, I remember doing this before, or having some kind of energetic recall moment, because I keep on getting that for a lot of like some energy that I read towards is working towards things, some energy I read towards is recalling. So I feel like there's going to be more of the work that you're working, like the thing that's a little bit intriguing upon your own pathwork of understanding is potentially, like I keep on hearing, like it's effectively you like chipping away at like an energetic like recollection wall that's effectively helping you to ascertain or recall what it is that you energetically like I feel like it's you kind of like working towards that in the space of getting stronger, but also in the space by which a lot of that work that you're doing spiritually is going to feel very akin to remembering, because it's almost like I keep on hearing, like, what's interesting, like in yours is that your like your energetic, it's not really it's your past self like it has like there's something about them having access to things that you yourself don't have, but also the fact that it's energetically conditional upon the fact that you're arriving towards them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah, this is like, especially with the energy, like especially here with like the magician energy in the bottom of the deck, it can sometimes feel like, I feel like I see you kind of like working through these modalities of like getting really frustrated at yourself, right? I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing like the space by which you're saying like I wish I could do that. But like I keep on getting like that experience by which you're working towards, like I feel like there's something really energetically attenuated in relationality to something that you do that like others, like I keep on getting like highly attuned energy will often like articulate upon something, and another person will be like, what are you talking about? Be like, you know how you do that thing, and someone be like, no, what? Like you know, that the thing you do, like, what are you talking? Like, often those modalities by which we articulate upon something that we just do by second nature, and another person is stopped dead in their tracks and saying, you do what now? Like, I feel like it's like those modalities of experience of being like, well, no, we all do that. I mean, like, nobody does that. Like, it's like, I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing on your path work in recognizing uniqueness in modalities of things that feel so second nature. So something that you don't even think about doing, and another person is like, like the jaw-dropping moment when you recognize that something that you're doing is not something that everybody else does. I feel like there's a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I see that you're potentially connecting to right now. But and I feel like it has a lot to do, and we'll talk about that more in like the work that we do offline. But like the ability by which you're able to energetically attenuate and kind of, like I said, like getting, you're in the space where you're starting to see yourself with better clarity is what I keep on seeing. You're like, wait, wait a minute. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Next person we're reading for today is Amy. Amy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Again, friends, the list is closed, but if you'd like to become if you would like to have a one card reading, your super fan status will make you eligible for one card. So go ahead and become a super fan, and I'll be happy to read for you. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. Cool. I will be with Nikki. Eagle is an air cat with claws. How do you think the cats feel about that? Hope you're having a great week as well. You can't deny. Is sort of like you guys are stretching the limits, man. Okay. We actually do call them that. Yep. I mean, we're doing personal. It's something, again, certain things I prefer to keep between me and someone I'm doing personal work with. Yep. If we're doing one cards. Yep. You're so welcome, dear. All right. Let's continue. And before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. And that's like, again, yeah. So we're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. All right, let's continue. And I'm going to pin up. And thank you again, Nikki. I'll be definitely giving you extra cards tomorrow. All right, we're doing an Akashic right now for Avatar. The list is closed right now, Lisa. One more. So I think that there's a lot of displacement that I'm seeing in like we have to have a conversation in relationality to displacement, because when I read for like the thing we have to often identify when I pick up a lot of energy of displacement in something like this is it's I keep on getting it's a conversation. I keep on hearing like there's a lot of things in your own Akashic and relationality to what it means to create sanctuary for others. And I keep on getting like the thing we understand and recognize is sanctuary is not energetically conditional upon what feels energetically appealing to us, because it's the ability, I keep on hearing like the ability to effectively articulate to another. Like I keep on hearing like sanctuary means like you can't it's like, and I keep on getting the only way that sanctuary can remain sanctuary is if there's agreements in relationality to what we don't energetically do. And I keep on seeing you having to say to someone like over and over and over again, like if you articulate to another person the fact that all they have to do is be like, I keep wondering like the space by which all another person has to do is be energetically nice to be able to energetically enter a space. And it's the space by which they say, you're not leaving room for me because there's nowhere here I can be mean. You don't have to honor another person's meanness in sanctuary. I keep on getting that's not what sanctuary means. It's the space by which we identify and articulate that not all feelings are welcome in a sanctuary space. It's not the space by which we navigate volatility. But you would be surprised, right? You would be surprised how much energy tries to articulate the fact that it's like it's like the space by which another person articulates and says, but like I think like you have to effectively honor, like it's a space by which they say like you have to honor my energetic feelings, and the thing that the answer is you don't have to honor everyone's feelings, because if your feelings are energetically indulgent, if your feelings come at the cost of another person's pain, then you don't get to have those feelings honored. And I feel like I see you working really, really rigidly in trying to help another person understand what it means. And so I think that there's something, I feel like it's hard because I almost like I feel like I see you in like in this energy, like trying to help someone understand. Like I keep on hearing like what I keep on hearing you saying to somebody, like, what do these rules mean if it doesn't mean that we can't care about each other? You know? Like that's the type of energy that I keep on seeing. Like it's almost like articulating upon, like I keep on hearing the and it's interesting too, because I keep on reading upon the refinement of a rule to the point that it becomes absurd, right? Like I feel like that's often the nerve that would be struck upon you. And I bet that it probably wears you thin when somebody's holding on to a rule so rigidly that they forget the reason that the rule was energetically applied in the first place, right? Like you have to, I keep on hearing like the articulation point of saying to another person that when we forget the reason of rules, we become energetic hypocrites because we become so fixated on following a rule, we forget the love by which a rule was made in the first place. And so I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see. Like I almost feel like there's a lot of the work I see in you in like working like in the Akashic in terms of like having to navigate or heal from hypocrisy. And the problem, like the problem with hypocrisy is, and this is what like hypocrisy can be so difficult because it's like when we get so much to the space of following an energetic rule that it defies observation, right? Like I feel like I can see, I would not be surprised if you often articulate upon, you probably get really upset with someone that tries to make like to do something based upon a technicality, right? Because I keep on seeing these modalities or these experiences by which another person, like I keep on seeing like it's the difference, like the difference by which we articulate that we understand something versus energy that's constantly seeing what they can energetically get away with. And I keep on hearing like that's no way, like the space by which we get away with things is no space by which we effectively identify what it is that we're trying to do energetically better. And I feel like the hurdle about this is I keep on seeing, and it's like it keeps on saying to me the same, like I just keep on getting like and you're carrying, like I feel like you're carrying like a very heavy karmic wound and relationality to it, you know, because I can almost see, like I keep on hearing you having to say to another person or working through the modality of saying that, and I keep and I keep on like the the space, I keep on getting this, and so this is what I keep, and I need to kind of like I need to attenuate on it because it's like it's written very finely. um the space by which you have to attenuate to it is I keep on hearing the difference between, you can walk into a sanctuary space carrying sacred anger, which is the space by which you're able to articulate upon something that upsets you, that requires to be spoken about, but not the space by which you amplify or articulate that, um, like, it's not about likability. It's about, like, it is about the condition by which we build into what feels energetically supportive. And I keep on seeing this situation or circumstance by which I see you trying to attenuate to another person, like what is and is not permissible in relationality to kind of navigating a situation like that, and then having to deal, right? Like having to deal with another person's energetic projection, which is the space by which they potentially try to articulate or build into frustration because they refuse to see the difference. And so I would not be surprised if you kind of work a lot in some kind of modality like that. And I keep on, here's what's interesting too. I would not be surprised if there's some kind of situation by which you feel like you've entered into an experience with a gift of entitlement. But I keep on hearing a gift of entitlement isn't necessarily a bad thing, so long as you recognize that you have it, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the beauty, the understanding of the fact that I keep on saying, none of us can articulate upon how we find ourselves, but we can recognize the nature by which we arrive. I would not be surprised if you're often in that space by which I feel like in a way, I feel like you're almost like speaking to the choir, if you will, and having to say to another person, like, you have to check your vision, right? Like your vision on that is an entitled one. And I keep on hearing, like, I just keep on seeing the same message in which says it's okay, like we can't blame each other for arriving entitled, but we can blame each other if we fail to recognize it. Right? Is what I keep on hearing. Is what I feel like there's something important in terms of you potentially being very self-referential in relationality to feeling frustrated about conditions by which you arrive things that you arrived at that took you, like I keep on hearing, like you had to get some magnifying glasses out and took you a while to see. So I feel like there's something in relationality to that that's almost like, I feel like that's you basically feeling. I feel like, and now I feel like you being able to articulate that, being like you almost being able to say, if I can do it, you can do it. It's like the energy that says, like, look, I can do it, you can do it. It's not, it's like, I feel like it's you saying to someone, it's not easy. Like, it's not easy, but you make it easier for others, because I feel like there's something about you being able to acknowledge it that allows others to be able to recognize it within themselves as well. And I feel like often, like, that's a beautiful gift to have, because often that's a gift of telling others the story about how we were not perfect, right? That's a very hard gift to navigate, because it's like working through those modalities, like it's working through those modalities by which we're able to kind of effectively identify, like, that's the greatest gift that we have, which is the space by saying, like let me tell you, like, the cautionary tale of the self, so that you don't effectively misstep the way I misstepped. Animal spirit guide. And I feel like it's interesting because even in the space by which I was about to give you bottom of the deck, I feel like I need to give you animal spirit guide as a bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, the bee energy, you know, like potentially having to work through those spaces of being like, you're really making me feel uncomfortable, being like, you should feel uncomfortable. Like, you should. Yeah, it's like, it's like I keep on hearing, if your entitlement, like if your entitlement does not require you to navigate uncomfortability, then it's like I keep on seeing, like, it's like, like it's working through, like I keep on seeing, like healthy, like it's healthy to work through discomfort, because I keep on seeing the discomfiture is recognizing and identifying that on the other side of discomfort is understanding, right? I keep on hearing, it's not about shying away from things. It's being able to energetically observe and recognize what it is that we're trying to do in a better fashion, or how we're trying to work upon that. And I keep on seeing you almost saying to another person, like, you know, it's not perfect, right? Like, it's not something that one can do perfectly. But the ability, I keep on hearing, like, all it takes is a small amount of compassion. And when we start to hold that compassion for each other, it can grow into something that's beautiful. And I feel like that's often the space by which I potentially see you trying to explain that. And the problem is you can't explain that to obtuse energy. I know that's really hard. I would not be surprised if someone, because here's the thing, you have to recognize the difference between someone who genuinely doesn't understand something versus someone who refuses to. And I like to point out, when I see something like this, the best way to articulate that is when somebody desires, when you bring up a blind spot in another, They will literally say, help me see, right? They'll ask for you to build clarity. They won't say, like, I feel like it's not the space by which they'll say, huh, or what, or just kind of repeat that. Like, I keep on hearing like the dampening of an observation built or based upon, like the dampening of an observation based or built upon someone just continuing to ask a question, which is almost the space by which another person says, I refuse to address the fact that I understand what you're saying. I'm just going to continue to act like I don't, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing the fortification point on that is when energy truly doesn't understand something, they don't say what, they say, help me see. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We have reached the conclusion of the reads for today, but I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're really bad at guessing today. How are you doing today, Per? Hi there, Dada. Yeah, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? The list is closed right now. Oh, wow. They don't have an inner monologue? That's wild. Second nature. Yeah, absolutely. That happens a lot. Thank you. All right. I can send it to you. I'm happy to send it to you over the disco, dear. Okay. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're doing one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like, information, if you're a subscriber who would like a one card and you haven't had a one card pulled yet, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to, if you are interested in becoming a super fan, you'll also become eligible for a one card. All right. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me and sending you. And thank you again to Nikki for giving them your spot for today. And you'll definitely have an additional card in your reading tomorrow. All right. I got you. And Ava, I owe you a message. I'm aware that I owe you a message. Thank you for your patience on it. Okay. Well, one card for Yaz on what you need to know right now. You know what? I feel like here's the thing about it, man. Like I see somebody missing you like crazy. I feel like this is like an ongoing thing with you. Like I keep on hearing, there you can't when energy cares about themselves, threats get you nowhere. Like do this or else. And healthy energy, when you say do this or else, that is the last time you ever saw that person, right? I feel like the observation of someone trying to throw their weight around, I keep on getting there's a lot of bully energy that effectively misses you like crazy, because I keep on hearing the antithesis of a bully is somebody who has confidence and being like, okay, bye, animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blackbird, like I feel like there's almost like that modality of catharsis, like I keep on hearing I keep on hearing there's no or else in anything healthy. So I keep on hearing if there's or else and you flew away, like that's you like navigating perfect, like working towards like protecting the self is what I keep on hearing. All right, Ava, may I have one card on how I can move closer? Ooh. One card on how to move closer to the most vibrant version of self. Vibrant, please. I feel like you need to stop being so hard on yourself. You have to stop speaking to yourself like that. I feel like there's something really important in relationality to you effectively like I keep on hearing none of this negative self-talk. Yeah. Like when I keep on hearing when you are sacred, we speak to ourselves as with a point of sacredness. And I keep on hearing there's no you Like anything that comes through to in your headspace, it's you. Remember, that's not you. The higher self never talks in you form, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the stag. I feel like, you're already in the space of working towards recognizing. I keep on hearing like how energetically precious you are. And I keep on seeing like that preciousness begins with the ability of recognizing and identifying like what it is that we're trying to do, and I keep on hearing like the gift, like working through the gift that you are, both to yourself and to those around you. One card for Ruby on love, please. I've got the 8 of Cups here, and it's upright, which is saying to me, I feel like there's something really important in terms of like, I keep on hearing like you're having an anniversary of a breakthrough, is what I keep on getting, which is the modality. Like, I feel like there's energy around you that was committed to the fact that you are going through some kind of stage of self-care. But I keep on seeing like this is like there's something about you kind of doing so. I feel like it's the space by which like I keep on hearing it's not like I would not be surprised if there's something right now that is allowing you like an observational point in relationality to like a past version of self would have navigated a situation versus the present self. Like the observation and kind of seeing how far you've come is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the otter energy, you know. Um, the one I keep on hearing clear manifestation goals. Also I keep on hearing like making sure that you're not crossing energetic streams is what I keep on getting, right? Like allowing the context of being able to identify and recognize what feels energetically supportive. Um, like especially I feel like especially in relationality to like not rushing through things is what I keep on seeing. Like there's something about some kind of steadiness I see that you're working through. One card on finances for Susie, please. This says to me like working through something, like being able to scrutinize something to make sure that there aren't spaces by which you could be like working to like have a better like this is saying kind of go through everything. Like I keep wondering like go through everything with like a fine-tooth comb is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially like I feel like there's something about this you'll be able to effectively recognize like where you might be overspending on something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like it says to me, especially with this hair energy, I keep on getting like working like looking towards something in order to see if there's something that you could get for less is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing like this is you kind of like I feel like this is you refining upon what it is that you need so that you can save up for something you've been trying to save up for is what I keep on getting. Every time you read on this energy, it always shocks me because I can't believe they miss me so much. Well, this is the thing I need to point out. Bully energy will say or else, assuming that another person will kowtow to the or else. And then it's like it's the energy that recognizes that they're a bully in the space by which another person says like, yeah, I don't subscribe to that. I don't do things in that way, you know? Yeah, does it make sense? It does make sense with a lot of bully energy that expected me to, but he stood ground. Yep, sending you support. I keep on hearing like more than one mentality around that. Absolutely. Oh, yes, please. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, I'll definitely, I will send that. I will send that to you as well. Okay, perfect. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to continue right now. Final call. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, or anyone who would like to become a super fan to have a card pulled. If you missed, oh, you too, Nikki. Oh, I got you, Lisa. One card on the trip, please. Oh, this feels lovely. Make sure, keep on hearing, like, make sure that you can kind of take some time for yourself. You know, like, allow the context by which you and another person can energetically connect. You know, yeah, like it says to me, like, especially with like the Eight of Wands in its reversal, like, do the work now. Don't feel the need to take the work with you. Like, it says to me, like, being able to really enjoy something or really able to energetically connect. Like, I feel like there's something important about that there, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you are a super fan who has not had access to our disco yet and you would like access to our disco, just message me a disco icon from this live and I'll be sending you an invite to the disco. If you would like a discount code to our class program, if you are a super fan, you'll find a bigger discount in the perk section. But if you are not a super fan and would like a discount to our tarot class program, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we're scheduling for August, make sure that message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up later today it's up on the place where we keep the videos and photos. It'll also be up later today as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over my stack. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages today. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourself. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.